Last day of practice for the week today for the Buffalo Bills as they get ready for their rematch with the New England Patriots on Sunday. The Barnes Firm injury report: injured, for help call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford, a new addition to the injury report yesterday due to a toe injury. He was limited in practice along with Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer. The four of those players were limited on Wednesday as well. Around the NFL last night, the Atlanta Falcons put a dent into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers division chase and lead in the NFC South with a 29-28 win over Tampa. Kyle Pitts, 3 touchdowns in the victory for Atlanta. As for the Bucs, they fall to 7-7 and could be trailing the Carolina Panthers in the division this weekend. If Carolina wins, they take on the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. Steelers pass rusher T.J. Watt was admitted to a local hospital as they are further evaluating an issue going on with his lung. Pittsburgh announced that yesterday. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin told reporters that Watt's status is up in the air for Monday night. To hockey, the Buffalo Sabres winning their second game in a row on the road. 3-2 win victory over last place Vancouver last night. Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Zach Benson scoring for Buffalo. Alex Lyon, 30 saves in the win. They close out their road trip tomorrow night against the Seattle Kraken. This holiday season, we are kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission. It's powered by NYSEG. Going on now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatpants, sweatshirts, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop off your donation to the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you can also give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. Get all the details on our website at WGR550.com. This update is brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills.
Hey, everybody. Happy Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. We are piecing it together like the Buffalo Bills defense has been this year. We're down a couple of members. We're going to get the job done. We're going to get this thing to your Football Friday conclusion. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. Christian Benford is hurt, so maybe like another person comes in. Maybe Darius Slay's back in the mix. Anyway, here on the show, I'm here. Derek Kramer's here hanging out, doing updates and sitting in Joe's chair. What's up, Derek? How are you?
I'm just going to I'm taking the chair.
Taking
Joe,
the chair?
Yeah, I'm going to take the chair.
Is it a comfy chair?
It's a comfy chair. Joe, You snooze, you lose.
Joe and I should really look into trying to strike a deal for like custom chairs, We do sit for a long time in these chairs.
Yes.
Let's get some custom chairs.
Even the part-timer over here. I sit in these chairs often enough. I do the chair swap over there. So
we should have lockers, and each locker has a chair that slides out and you sit in your own stool or chair. I'm going to bring this up to the bosses.
Chair Company, please sponsor us.
Yes. I've not watched The Chair Company, by the way. Is it good? Yeah, okay, I got to see that. Tim Robinson. Anyway. Owen's here. Owen the Parlay Killer is here. Owen, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Did not kill a parlay last night because Nate lost his leg of it, so he was protected.
Only associated. Only helped out.
That's true. And Dan Dale producing as Joe Kelly's out today. Dan, good morning. So, here we are. Morning, Dan.
Morning, Jeremy.
Like the Bills' defense. We're piecing it together.
We're going to figure it out.
Next man up, get the job done. It's a Football Friday. Bills and Patriots, and we'll do a lot of normal Football Friday stuff. Sal Capaccio coming up at 7 o'clock. Chris Brown at 8:30. We'll also check in with Paul Hamilton on the Sabres, who won last night and have a winning streak, which makes things a little bit awkward regarding all of the smoke around Kevin Adams. There seem to be many, many more kind of jumping in the idea that it could be close to the end for Kevin Adams. Would they fire him after a 3-game winning streak on the road? I don't know. But there's a lot of smoke around that, so keep an eye on it. So plenty to get to here on a Football Friday as we gear up for Bills-Patriots. Last night in the Sunday night game, if you went to bed, I went to bed at 28-14, Bucks winning, in control. Tampa was sloppy in this game, and I woke up to a Tampa 29-28 win, which also, by the way, includes one of those spots where a team needs a 2-point conversion to tie, and it's better that they did not get it. So Tampa's down 28-20. Atlanta's down 28-20. They scored the touchdown. They're going for 2. They don't get it, so they're still down 2. They stop the Bucks and go and kick a game-winning field goal. So the Bucks take a big loss. And if you're like me and watching these games against teams the Bills have played, like the Bucks and the Falcons, last night was back and forth 35 different times between, boy, that Atlanta loss looks really bad. I think that Atlanta loss is not that nice. Oh, wait, what? Atlanta? Kirk Cousins threw for 1,000,000 yards. Maybe Atlanta's good. And that Bucks win doesn't look as good as it used to, right? Like, I don't know if anybody else does that, but I was back and forth 20 times on last night's game, how it affects the Bills and how it makes the Bills look. But either way, the Bucks are in a whole world of trouble. Baker was hit and miss in this game, and now the Carolina Panthers are your NFC South division leaders and in a really good spot to potentially make the playoffs. So now, see, the Bills win over the Panthers looks even better, even though that was an Andy Dalton game. So, whatever. How's it all mix in? Just get to the playoffs and we'll see what happens, because that's when we end up telling the story. Part of the news from yesterday was Christian Benford, limited in practice. He popped up on the injury report and was wearing not a full walking boot. Can we call this like a walking shoe? There were tweets of the type of device he was wearing. It was not the full all the way up the leg walking boot, but more of a walking slipper, if I may. I could tweet out the picture. Dom Tibbetts of Channel 7 tweeted out a picture of what it kind of looked like. He was spotted in a walking boot, but I want to call it a walking slipper. And the next update we could get on that is likely going to be from Sean McDermott with Sal Capaccio during the Extra Point show. So stay tuned for that. We'll talk to Sal about what he might be hearing or expecting regarding Christian Benford, which would be a significant blow. And I'll ask Sal if maybe this could kind of maybe get things moving on the Darius Slay front, if that is completely dead or if, in fact, that could move forward. So that's kind of where we start today. Our phone number is 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. As we head into this game with New England, my thought is regarding the defense, especially if Benford is going to miss any time, that it'll be another day where Sean McDermott and Bobby Babbitt really have to kind of hold it together with Scotch tape, masking tape, painter's tape. I mean, they're holding this defense together despite significant injuries and significant limitations. And I know we have our plenty of McDermott critics, and I think there's a lot of valid criticism out there of Sean McDermott over the years. This year, though, man, the defense, it is not the worst in the league. It is kind of in the middle of the pack in a lot of things. It's been a pretty good pass defense, but they've come up with big plays at big times, similar to last year. Last year's defense was built on the big play, and we're kind of back there again where they're built on making a couple of timely stops and giving Josh Allen a chance to win. And as we head into, I know we're still a month away from the postseason, but I know you're all thinking about it. I know I'm thinking about it. How is this going to play out in the postseason? When we look at the AFC, the growing sentiment Our good buddy Nick Wright laid it out. He said basically if Josh Allen does not make the Super Bowl this year, it's a colossal failure. And that might be something you feel as well. Looking at the landscape, if we're only looking at quarterbacks, that probably feels right. Allen, and then the second best quarterback that's going to make the playoffs is likely Drake May. He's probably the second best guy they'll play. I don't know who the case would be for the other second best guy. If it's going to be Herbert, if the Chargers make it, or if Mahomes. If Mahomes gets in, the conversation's a little different, but not a lot because the Chiefs look really, really flawed. And I guess who's the pressure on right now? Who's the pressure on for them to do that, to make it? You could say Allen because these wins and losses and QB wins really come down to that, whether or not the quarterback gets the job done. But this defense has to give him a chance to win. So far, the defense has, in most games this year, given this offense a chance to win. And with the continued injuries and problems they've had there, like it's just a really heavy lift for the defense, given their defensive line situation where it's been a rotating cast of characters. One stat on the defense not the defense. One stat on this team that you might find kind of amazing is that the two teams tied for the most practice squad elevations this year, right? Think about that for a minute. The number of times a team dipped into its practice squad to start a player. There are two teams tied for the lead. It is the Buffalo Bills and the current owners of the number one pick, the Giants. You want to make a point about rosters there? You want to make a point about injury luck? It's probably all kind of woven together. But the Bills' number of elevations from practice squad, to me, that probably speaks to things that you didn't plan to do. This is going to be Gabe Davis, Jordan Poyer, Jordan Phillips. Those are three guys right there, right off the bat. Fedarian Mathis, right? Like practice squad elevations, Balin Spector. You've had to dip in there more than you probably wanted to coming into the season because of injuries, lack of production, whatever. Like throw that all in the same bucket. They've had to dig deep from a roster standpoint. And to be where they are and to have everyone kind of feeling like they should be thought of as the favorite, I've been saying it for a couple of weeks. I'm going to keep saying it until it actually changes. But McDermott and Bobby Babich, and of course, like Joe Brady's got a good offense. It's got its problems. It's got maybe its shortcomings. But you know, he's running the Josh Allen offense, and so far that's been doing the job the last couple of weeks. So I want to kind of focus more on the defensive side of things. The job they're doing defensively just needs to be getting a lot of attention. Sean McDermott's not going to be any candidate for Coach of the Year, and I think that's probably right. You've got a lot of coaches that are overachieving, which is what that award is for. And when you have Josh Allen and you're in the wild card spot, no one's going to think you're a Coach of the Year candidate. But you kind of have to be honest about it and say, I think looking at it, that they've done a nice job given the hand that they've been dealt. With injuries, with young draft picks hoping to come in, with second-year player, Cole Bishop is like the top of the list here. The guys that have come in and been able to hold this defense together. We probably didn't think Shaq Thompson and Jordan Poyer were going to be the two key pieces to holding this defense together, but here we are. Right? It's not gone well for the spine of their defense, Terrell Bernard, Taylor Rapp. But they found the answers, and they coach it up. What's the defensive line look like? No Ed Oliver, injuries up and down that line. I've got practice squad elevations week in and week out. And the last couple weeks, they've had answers to the run problems. Maybe that's just because of Shaq Thompson, who is, again, like a surprise here. So it's Bills Patriots Sunday. I feel good about their chances because of two things. And that's number one, of course, Josh Allen. He's Superman. And number two is that so far, more often than not, this defense has at least had a half where the offense can run away with a lead or the offense is able to come back and put it away. Like I guess I've got what McDermott might call complementary football. I don't have the Texans' defense. I certainly don't have the Texans' talent on defense. And if they did, what do you think it would look like? Wouldn't it look a lot like what the Texans are doing? One of the things about the Texans is they don't disguise a lot. They just kind of run out there and show you what they're going to do, and they beat you up. And they're a nasty defense. 2 premier corners, 2 premier pass rushers. They get the job done. And for McDermott, he's got, Benford's down. It's Tre'Davious White and rookie Max Hairston and Dane Jackson and Taron Johnson. And in the secondary, I got second-year player Cole Bishop and practice squad elevation now to the 53, Jordan Poyer. Like, I'm just holding it together. If they find ways to win games, playoff games, anything, we might end up seeing the Bills make the playoffs, the Bills make the Super Bowl, which many Bills fans still think is, yeah, they're vibing that. I put up a Twitter poll yesterday about that. And McDermott, I think, just deserves a lot of credit from that. 803-0550, the phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Who do you feel the pressure is on here, if it's this game individually, or if it's time where you can actually start to look ahead and start to think about, okay, here it comes, another playoff run, another month that will ultimately define how the season went. We remember these games more than we ever remember the lulls and the December dominance, which they've had for years and years. Their record in December is incredible. Among the best in the league, if not the best in the league. They win in December. They win this time of year. And this one's a big one. So give me a call, 803-0550. Who do you got in this game? We got wide open phone lines for you. A lot of time to chat with you. Who do you have? You think they'll get the job done? And what's the key to victory for you? One thing I've got. So I've got something on Drake May I want to get into about this game. I was looking for Drake May splits. And like, what? All right, is there something he's not shown he can do? Is there something he's got to prove? And really all that it is he's got to prove he can keep up in a game that he needs to. They've not scored a bajillion points. They've not had a Bills game against the Rams last year when Allen and the Bills lost, but he went as hard as he could, throwing haymakers, and kept up, and they fall short. After a game like that, you think, like, oh, my quarterback is amazing, even though you lose. And the Bills have had a couple of games like this over the years. In Tampa, a loss. In Philadelphia, in overtime, a loss. Tampa was overtime, too. The Patriots, I don't think they've yet done that. Even if it's in a loss, if it's 38-35 on Sunday, you might come away with the win, Bills fans, and then leave the game thinking, yeah, but that guy just showed, Drake May, that guy showed he's going to be able to battle. And these two are going to go toe-to-toe for quite some time. May's like, 6 years younger? But he's going to be around. And that's the one thing, I shouldn't say one thing. He's got to prove he can win in January. He's got to prove he can win on the road in January. He's got to prove he can come from behind to win games. But there's a lot there. And their roster is, it's on its way. I like the Bills in this game. I think they'll be all right. Stopping Drake May, though, it's not quite stopping Burrow and Higgins and Chase, but it's a tall task. And the Benford news, I don't know if you heard, when you heard the Benford news, if you strapped into a fear bunker or what you did, but like Benford out could be potentially, I don't want to say fatal for this defense because the defense has been coming up with answers, but boy, it would be a big blow if he has to miss any time, especially even this game. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Sal at 7, maybe the latest on Benford, maybe an update on Benford from Sean McDermott today. Chris Brown at 8:30. He'll have the call of the game from Gillette Stadium, and off we go into what week is it? It's week 15? Yes, week 15 in the NFL. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. I also think the Patriots could lose to the Dolphins, but that's for week 17. No, 18. That's for week 18. We got time to get there. We're going to start things off with TJ in Ontario. TJ, good morning. Oh, hey, TJ, what's up? Hold on. There you go.
I'm watching this for over 50 years. I'm 77 years old now. I'm telling you, this is the defining moment. not only win by 2 or 3 points, they have to win by a good margin to get a ticket to the playoff.
Why?
A ticket to the Super Bowl. Why? Because there's so many other teams are just as good or better than the Bills. This is the Bill moment. If they don't win big, I don't think they'll have a ticket to the Super Bowl. Trust me on that. They have a show they can beat this team and beat them decisively. Then I will put my hat on. I'm ready for the Super Bowl.
Okay. I don't know why they would have to win decisively. Like, just a win on the road against a team that's won 10 in a row, like, feels like a good win to me. I know the Patriots' schedule is thought of as really light, but they haven't tripped. They've blown out some bad teams along the way, and nobody's blown them out. They blew out Carolina, who's in the lead in the NFC South, 42-13. They blew out that team the week before they came here to beat the Bills. I don't know why they would have to blow out anybody. Like, just find a way. Find a way to win the game, and like that's good enough for me. They blew out the Giants. I mean, I know the Giants have the first pick. The Giants are a team that have been competitive. If the Bills win this game by I guess if you're talking like just perception, sure. If they win by 17, I think the nation will crown them as the AFC favorites if they aren't already that. If they win by 2, the division's alive and they could still have home games. So margin of victory, style points. We've gotten into style points a lot over the years. I don't have many for this one. This roster, this season, these injuries, I don't have style points to give out. A win is a win. And, win over New England, this spot would be huge. Anthony in New York is up. Hey, Anthony, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy.
Hey.
If we're going to win Sunday, I think we're going to have to be able to run the ball down their throat.
All right.
We get Cook involved early, tire them out.
Sure. Did you see there's a thing from practice that they've been doing? New England had a number of players in number 4, I think like 2 or 3 running backs, maybe in the practice squad, in number 4 jerseys. Maybe Ben Volen, who we talked to yesterday, tweeted this out. Somebody did. And they were running a drill where they were, guess what, punching the ball out on James Cook. Like punching the ball out. Aware of his fumbling issues. And it's something we're seeing. You know what? Let me see if I can find something on this. Are there more fumbles than there have been in years past? Or is it just that Twitter, every time there's a peanut punch, there's 10,000 people pointing out that there has been a peanut punch and a fumble? That might be it. But I feel like fumbles might be up, and James Cook, his fumbles are up this year. That's for sure. And the Patriots are focusing on that. Punching the ball on a guy in a number 4 jersey.
I loved that they had the guys wearing 4.
Yeah?
Why did they have to wear number 4? I found that hilarious.
They wear number 4. Don't they wear number 4? Here's a good question. Do they do that so the Bills see that so it gets in their heads?
It has to be some sort of
Why else would you have the guy wear the jersey number?
Right. Do the defenders need to see the number because they're not going to know which guy is James Cook?
Right.
I think they'll figure out who James Cook is.
Right.
It's so funny that they were wearing 4. I saw that this morning and was laughing at myself.
In the portion of practice that you're able to film, it's like, let's go ahead and make sure we're punching the ball loose in the guy in the number 4 jersey while the cameras are here.
Right. They're trying to get it preemptively in Cook's head.
So but does that mean that Cook will focus more on ball security? So that's a bad thing to show? Or does that mean they're going 3D chess? They're trying to talk the Bills into being afraid to give the ball to Cook because...
Right. They're so prepared.
Yes.
We've seen a guy in a 4 jersey this week, and we punched the ball out on him.
Yeah.
Already.
I don't have the answer to that.
We're ahead.
Johnny in Amherst before the break. Hey, Johnny, good morning.
Hey, what's up, boys?
What's up?
Long time listener, 6, 7-time caller. Just wanted to talk about Christian Benford. So I'm on X last night, and who's that big guy with the thighs? He does the dance thing.
I don't know. Thigh doctor?
Oh yeah. So very clever of him. He everyone was saying Benford's in a boot.
Yeah, but it's more of a slipper, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now my father's a proctologist, and he said that the walking shoe is a much better prognosis, and he probably did just get stepped on, and I think we're going to see him this Sunday.
All right. Thanks, Johnny. I don't know. Would a proctologist know anything about that? Maybe. I guess so. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for the phone call. I wonder if it's like a turf toe situation. Could be. 803-0550 to join us. We're off to a blazing start, folks. It's a football Friday. And you can give us a ring. 803-0550, 1-888-552-550. Bills and Patriots. Some want a blowout. Some want a lot of James Cook early. And some want updates on Christian Benford. But you can give us a ring. Jeremy and Joe, 803-0550. Football Friday. It's brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's hometown fuel, game day ready since 1922. Sean McDermott's not going to be any candidate for Coach of the Year, and I think that's probably right. You've got a lot of coaches that are overachieving, which is what that award is for. And when you have Josh Allen and you're in the wild card spot, no one's going to think you're a Coach of the Year candidate. But you kind of have to be honest about it and say, I think looking at it, that they've done a nice job given the hand that they've been dealt. With injuries, with young draft picks hoping to come in, with second-year player, Cole Bishop is like the top of the list here. The guys that have come in and been able to hold this defense together. We probably didn't think Shaq Thompson and Jordan Poyer were going to be the two key pieces to holding this defense together, but here we are. Right? It's not gone well for the spine of their defense, Terrell Bernard, Taylor Rapp. But they found the answers, and they coach it up. What's the defensive line look like? No Ed Oliver. Injuries up and down that line. I've got practice squad elevations week in and week out. And the last couple weeks, they've had answers to the run problems. Maybe that's just because of Shaq Thompson, who is, again, like a surprise here. So it's Bills Patriots Sunday. I feel good about their chances because of two things. And that's number one, of course, Josh Allen. He's Superman. And number two is that so far, more often than not, this defense has at least had a half where the offense can run away with a lead or the offense is able to come back and put it away. Like I guess I've got what McDermott might call complementary football. I don't have the Texans' defense. I certainly don't have the Texans' talent on defense. And if they did, what do you think it would look like? Wouldn't it look a lot like what the Texans are doing? One of the things about the Texans is they don't disguise a lot. They just kind of run out there and show you what they're going to do, and they beat you up. And they're a nasty defense. 2 premier corners, 2 premier pass rushers. They get the job done. And for McDermott, he's got, Benford's down. It's Tre'Davious White and rookie Max Hairston and Dane Jackson and Taron Johnson. And in the secondary, I got second-year player Cole Bishop and practice squad elevation now to the 53, Jordan Poyer. Like, I'm just holding it together. If they find ways to win games, playoff games, anything, we might end up seeing the Bills make the playoffs, the Bills make the Super Bowl, which many Bills fans still think is, yeah, they're vibing that. I put up a Twitter poll yesterday about that. And McDermott, I think, just deserves a lot of credit from that.
Last day of practice for the week today for the Buffalo Bills as they gear up for their rematch with the New England Patriots on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report injured. For help, call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford, a new addition to the injury report yesterday with a toe injury. He was limited at practice along with Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer. The four of them listed as limited on Wednesday as well. Around the NFL last night, the Atlanta Falcons put a dent into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers' lead for the NFC South, bumping them out of first place after Atlanta's 29-28 win over Tampa Bay. The Bucs falling to 7-7. They trail the Carolina Panthers by a half of game in the division. It could be up to one if Carolina wins this weekend. They take on the New Orleans Saints this weekend. Steelers pass rusher T.J. Watt was admitted to a local hospital as they are further evaluating an issue with his lung. Pittsburgh announcing that yesterday. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin told reporters that Watt's status is up in the air for Monday night. To hockey, the Buffalo Sabres won their second in a row on the road with a 3-2 victory against last-place Vancouver. Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Zach Benson all scoring for the Sabres. Alex Lyon, 30 saves in the win. They close out their 6-game road trip tomorrow night against the Seattle Kraken. This update's brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer. You're listening to WGR.
Chasing after the puck in the Vancouver corner. Dahlin will come up with it to the slot for Thompson. Holds, scores! Tage Thompson just had that second hesitation there and waited, and he rockets one past Demko to put this game back on level footing at 2-2.
One of the first moments of the game, for all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Tage Thompson, one of the Sabres' goal scorers in their 3-2 win in Vancouver, a second straight win for the Sabres.
This defensive tackle situation is really poor. I mean, borderline unserious with the struggles that they have. And, you know, you're not able to win one-on-one matchups on the perimeter if you don't have Joey Bosa with any level of consistency. You know, Greg Rousseau is a good compression style rusher that's going to be able to collapse a pocket in time, right? He's a slow burn guy, not a sack artist. Everything's going to have to be coaching above the talent. And they do a pretty good job of that, but there's always going to be limitations. You have to overcome not having starting caliber defensive tackles, not having defensive end depth, you know, having severely limited players in your secondary and Jordan Poyer and Trey White. This coaching staff's doing a phenomenal job getting anything out of this group.
Our buddy Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast, he said that in our conversation yesterday on the Bill Squad show, which you can, of course, tune into on YouTube. We do that a couple times a week. Phenomenal job, the words from Mr. Joe Marino on what this Bills defense has done. And I also saw our buddy Carl Jones yesterday talking about how the Bills on the defensive side of the ball have to basically embrace chaos. He likened it to they have to hit on 16 at the blackjack table because they've got such limitations out there that like you got to do something weird, right? Create a diversion. Distract Drake May into doing something silly because traditionally, you know, getting after the passer with 4, it's not going to happen. In the secondary, you're kind of holding it together. So it's a fine job done by Sean McDermott and his defensive staff this year. And, of course, Josh Allen is doing a lot of work as well. 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. We've got Derek Kramer in here, Owen the Parlay Killer, and Dan Dale running the show. So you can jump in with us at any point if you want. 803-0550. Wide open phone lines for you here on this Football Friday. Make a note today. Check on your loved ones to see if they played against Kyle Pitts in fantasy last night. Depending on your format, he's like up to like 50 points in a couple of. I mean, Kyle Pitts. Finally, Kyle Pitts breaking out will lead to a decade of tight ends that are underwhelming, being treated as like, well, what about Kyle Pitts? He'll be like the new Zdeno Chara for a big defenseman. Well, it took Chara like 5 years. Kyle Pitts, 50 million points last night. Kirk Cousins threw for 370 against the Bucs.
It'll keep Kyle Pitts also being drafted in fantasy leagues and be like, oh, it'll work this year.
He's a free agent.
Mm-hmm.
You ready for him to go sign with insert team here? You decide.
Philly?
All right. You want to know who I saw the first to suggest? Hey, Kyle Pitts look really good with the Chiefs next year. That's just the first thing I saw. Travis Kelce retires. What are you worried about? he's not been bad. It's just never really come together. Of course, Atlanta's not exactly a tight end paradise.
If he went to the Chiefs, he would immediately become like
maybe
the best tight end that's ever lit. Like he would just take the mantle right off of Kelsey, and
he could just be Kyle Pitts again.
He could. Yeah, I don't know what to think about it. One other thing. We'll get back to your calls in a minute. One other thing that happened from last night. We've got a clip. We got to send it to Dan here. Todd Bowles at the podium. I watched this clip about explaining how they blew a 14-point fourth quarter lead, and he swears, and then he swears again. And then he swears again, and then again and again and again and again. He swore like 15 times.
Yeah.
Spicy boy.
Yeah.
He was not happy.
No, not happy. And he swore a lot.
Yep.
Which you don't often see.
Yeah, especially from Bulls, too.
You listen, you'll get the occasional one bomb. Like, I'm going to drop one word. We played like, or I'm bleeping. He's like, no, you know what? No filter today. So I would say we'll play that for you, but it'll sound like someone dialing a phone.
Right.
Like, hey, I'm here for it.
Beep, 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 beep. Scott in Williamsville. Hey, Scott, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy. How are you doing today?
Good.
So I think the Bills absolutely can win this game, although I think no Benford would be a major blow. And honestly, I think they can and are talented enough to even go to the Super Bowl and maybe win it, and that's mostly because of Josh Allen. But the part that I'm kind of hanging up on is, like, will they? Because if you look at their losses, the Miami random stall out by the offense really spooks me. And, like, the rest of their losses are when the offense just, for whatever reason, shows up and they can't run the ball, and then they don't have the receivers to make the offense really go. Like, if they have to stretch to get to 20, I think they're in trouble.
Yeah.
And the Miami game just really threw me off with that. Like, I know it was the middle of the season, like kind of a little bit mid-season lull, and we're better in December, but I kind of have a little bit of trust issues with them to be able to consistently bring that A game because they just have those random like lapses where they can't move the ball. So I think they can. I hope they will, obviously, but just the inconsistencies of the season and the injuries just have my guard up, I guess. I absolutely believe that they can, but will they? I don't know.
Right.
That's about it. But thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. As you're saying that, I'm thinking the further we put that in the past, right, the Miami game, the Atlanta game, Houston might not be the Houston game. That might be a different animal because of how good that defense is. Like, Atlanta's got some good pass rushers, and it's been a defense that has been hit or miss. Miami's defense has been bad, and they look terrible against Miami. And I think what you're laying out is, listen, I've seen them have the bad game. I guess the question is, how often has that popped up in the past where a Bills team that we thought is good enough to win the Super Bowl has had the bad game? And they've been mixed in. We just kind of brush them aside once we see them hit another level. I'm pretty sure. So when the Bills beat the Patriots 47-17, right? That's the perfect game. That's the 13 seconds year. That's the 2021-22 Bills. And I'm pretty sure, I'm just pulling it up right now, that earlier, like a month before that, so the perfect game happens, it's 47-17, they beat New England. They also beat New England pretty badly like earlier on. But I'm pretty sure, I'm finding it here, they beat Atlanta, and they looked very, very pedestrian doing so. Like, nothing all that impressive. And like, you just kind of push past those ugly, ugly losses and say, like, you're going to have a bad day. But I totally get it. Because what are the playoffs other than who's hot right now? Who's gonna find their stride? And if we were trying to find that, all right, which team has the capability of 4 games catching it and looking like all of a sudden, forget about the 17 that came before it, it's 4. Isn't that what the Bengals did in the playoffs once? Like, they got in the playoffs, which they almost, they struggled to do that, and then they got hot. They won in Tennessee. They beat the Bills. Different year. They won in Tennessee. I forget. They beat Baltimore, Tennessee, and then the Chiefs. And then they're in the Super Bowl, and Joe Burrow's got the ball with a chance to win the Super Bowl. They kind of caught it, right? That's what's so strange about this AFC lifestyle, is that no matter how hot you get, no matter what you are, the Chiefs have always just kind of been there to swat you down. And maybe this year that's not the case. So could it be the Bills that get hot? I want to leave a little bit of space for the Jaguars. Like, we don't take the Jaguars seriously. I don't. But could they find 4 games where they get hot? Because right now they look a little bit better than they have in a long time. The Jacoby Myers trade has done really good things for that offense and kind of slotted their receivers in the right spot. They still don't have Travis Hunter. So, yeah, when you know there's potentially like a faulty wire, your offense could just burn out at any time, I think it gives you pause. The question will be, like, will it have a game like that, and will Josh Allen save them anyway? So I appreciate that. I think it's a fair point. I think a lot of people feel that way. Like, Josh will do what Josh does, but will there be a game where the offense kind of like fizzles? And you've got to know, given their defensive problems and defensive limitations, like you might need 30 points in every one of these games. Like, what's the here's a fun way to think about what you're saying. What's the lowest point total you would say they could win with in a playoff game? What's anybody think there? Is it like 24? Who are they holding to 23 points? You might think Houston, right? Houston's offense is not that impressive. Could they beat Denver with 24? Maybe. It's an offense that has shown they can kind of hit overdrive in the run game, sometimes in the passing game, and defensively, like they've just got to find a way. Ethan in Hamburg. Hey, Ethan, good morning.
Hey, Joe. I was just calling in. I heard you mention about the Bucs game this morning. So I was going to make a point about Sean Tucker stealing that 1-yard line rush from Bucky Irving. That hurt me in fantasy. But then I woke up to find out that Kyle Pitts put away 3 touchdowns. So that put a smile on my face.
Nice.
But besides that, I was just going to say that I think our defense, if we were healthy, would be a top defense and kind of look maybe not like Houston, but something more like that. But I still think that we rely on them like a lot, including our special teams, to have big plays like the Ray Davis kick return or the Benford pick 6. Like, I think they do make a lot of huge plays for us and keep us in it a lot, even if they have their shortcomings.
Yeah.
But like you said earlier about we got a lot of practice squad guys, we pull up a lot of people, we got a lot of injuries. Hoyt going down was huge.
It's too bad, Ethan. It's too bad we didn't get like 6 games to see if Hoyt was just more than a 6-quarter flash. Which, whatever, it looked really good in those 6 quarters, and if we had seen 6 games, maybe we'd be even more upset about it.
Yeah, I totally think so. I think we could have totally moved people around, see where who works best where, kind of like you were talking about the other week about Taron Johnson and him moving around possibly. The other point I wanted to make was Ty Johnson. I think we just need to feed that guy the ball. I think when we throw him the ball, good things happen.
Yeah. Thanks, Ethan. He's been a part of some of their better offensive performances. He's been a part of, I think about, of course, the Detroit game last year and then the Denver playoff game. Like, that game is close until Ty Johnson makes a really big catch down the field in the end zone. An incredible catch. Like that is a game that is, I don't know if it's in doubt, but it's within striking distance before the Bills ultimately put Denver away. 803-0550. I know you're mentioning special teams. On average starting field position, kick returns, like the Bills, that's a spot they could get a lot better. Some explosive returns, finding explosive returns, whether it's this week or just kind of going forward, it would help a lot. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. I'm here to give Sean McDermott credit for what they're doing on defense and kind of manage expectations, especially now with Christian Benford in a spotted in a walking boot/shoe, a walking croc, it was smaller. It was not quite a full boot. Anyway, 803-0550, the phone number, and 1-888-552-550. Shout out Sean Tucker. Syracuse got that carry from the 1-yard line. This game last night, David Sills also had a big drop. It had a big game. And I was not awake. Were any of you guys awake, Derek, Owen, Dan, when they reviewed the Kyle Pitts touchdown to see if he got in, the third one? Were you watching that?
I was not.
I was awake, but I was a little. I was getting ready for Sabres time.
Okay,
but I saw clips and everything.
The true sickos of the world.
What does that look like? Getting ready for Sabres time?
Just crying mostly.
Everything you think it is.
Not now. I'm getting ready for Sabres time.
I can't watch football now. I'm preparing.
I need the meme now
because I did not see it live, so I'm sure they reviewed the scoring play on the third touchdown he catches. I mean. I just want to know if the rules analyst said, see, guys, the butt cheek hits the ground. Because that's why he was in.
Right.
It was very close.
It was funny because the rule analyst said that if both the elbow and the butt cheek hit at the same time, it's out of bounds, incomplete,
Perfect.
no touchdown.
Wow. Yeah. And they slowed it down frame by frame.
Right there.
Right. And there's that's butt cheek.
Butt cheek first.
That's definitely
butt cheek first.
Hey, he got one foot and one cheek. That's a touchdown.
Yep, booty cheek counts as
That's
foot.
right. One. That's one. That does a. I don't know. I thought does a butt count as 2 feet?
Yes, I think
because a knee.
I think butt
or
counts
is it by cheek? Do we need two?
No,
cheeks?
if one knee equals 2 feet, then one cheek has to equal 2 feet.
It's got to.
One cheek equals two knees. Is probably what it should.
Right.
That's 4 feet.
Are we looking at cheekalytics here?
Should be.
Cheekalytics.
Kyle Pitts. All right, if you had a great season in fantasy and Kyle Pitts just destroyed you, I am sorry. And we've had a number of people text and tweet in like, hey, I had him on my bench. Ouch. That one hurts too.
Oh, no.
Sal, top of the hour. It's a Football Friday brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino, call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. If you're on hold, we'll get to your calls on the other side. And Sal, top of the hour here on WGR. As we head into, I know we're still a month away from the postseason, but I know you're all thinking about it. I know I'm thinking about it. How is this going to play out in the postseason? When we look at the AFC, the growing sentiment, our good buddy Nick Wright laid it out. He said basically if Josh Allen does not make the Super Bowl this year, it's a colossal failure. And that might be something you feel as well. Looking at the landscape, if we're only looking at quarterbacks, that probably feels right. Allen, and then the second best quarterback that's going to make the playoffs is likely Drake May. He's probably the second best guy they'll play. I don't know who the case would be for the other second best guy. If it's going to be Herbert, if the Chargers make it, or if Mahomes. If Mahomes gets in, the conversation's a little different, but not a lot because the Chiefs look really, really flawed. And I guess who's the pressure on right now? Who's the pressure on for them to do that, to make it? You could say Allen because these wins and losses and QB wins really come down to that, whether or not the quarterback gets the job done. But this defense has to give them a chance to win. So far, the defense has, in most games this year, given this offense a chance to win. Sean McDermott's not going to be any candidate for Coach of the Year, and I think that's probably right. You've got a lot of coaches that are overachieving, which is what that award is for. And when you have Josh Allen and you're in the wild card spot, no one's going to think you're a Coach of the Year candidate. But you kind of have to be honest about it and say, I think looking at it, that they've done a nice job given the hand that they've been dealt. With injuries, with young draft picks hoping to come in, with second-year player, Cole Bishop is like the top of the list here. The guys that have come in and been able to hold this defense together. We probably didn't think Shaq Thompson and Jordan Poyer were going to be the two key pieces to holding this defense together, but here we are. Right? It's not gone well for the spine of their defense, Terrell Bernard, Taylor Rapp. But they found the answers, and they coach it up. What's the defensive line look like? No Ed Oliver. Injuries up and down that line. I've got practice squad elevations week in and week out. And the last couple weeks, they've had answers to the run problems. Maybe that's just because of Shaq Thompson, who is, again, like a surprise here. So it's Bills Patriots Sunday. I feel good about their chances because of two things. And that's number one, of course, Josh Allen. He's Superman. And number two is that so far, more often than not, this defense has at least had a half where the offense can run away with a lead or the offense is able to come back and put it away. Like I guess I've got what McDermott might call complementary football. I don't have the Texans' defense. I certainly don't have the Texans' talent on defense. And if they did, what do you think it would look like? Wouldn't it look a lot like what the Texans are doing? One of the things about the Texans is they don't disguise a lot. They just kind of run out there and show you what they're going to do, and they beat you up. And they're a nasty defense. 2 premier corners, 2 premier pass rushers. They get the job done. And for McDermott, he's got, boy, Benford's down. It's Tre'Davious White and rookie Max Hairston and Dane Jackson and Taron Johnson. And in the secondary, I got second-year player Cole Bishop and practice squad elevation now to the 53, Jordan Poyer. Like, I'm just holding it together. If they find ways to win games, playoff games, anything, we might end up seeing the Bills make the playoffs, the Bills make the Super Bowl, which many Bills fans still think is, yeah, they're vibing that. I put up a Twitter poll yesterday about that. And McDermott, I think, just deserves a lot of credit from that.
Five targets, 5 catches, 93 yards. Cousins going that way again. He's got it. Touchdown. What a night for Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts, 3 touchdowns, massive night for him. The Falcons rally to win. They beat the Bucs, and if the Panthers beat the Saints on Sunday, which maybe not a guarantee, but if the Panthers beat the Saints, they will be very much in the driver's seat to win that division. Right now, the Panthers are like 47% to win the division, and if they beat the Saints, that goes to 67%. Here's one quirk of the NFL schedule, though, that's kind of wild, and like we see this happen a lot. This happened to Bills Patriots last year. The Panthers and the Bucs haven't played yet. They'll play twice in the final 3 weeks, which I guess the NFL likes this because it is not a quirk of the schedule anymore. It is somewhat routine to see 2 division opponents not even play until week 16. I think it's a mistake to do it like that, but the Bucs and Panthers very much still alive for that division, and they still play twice. Joe in Tampa Bay is up. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy, good morning. I just wanted to touch real quick on your point on McDermott. I think, just my personal opinion, all of our losses this year, with the exception of Miami, they didn't look ready to play in Miami. All the other losses, I think, really were coaching. They didn't adjust. They didn't game plan properly. I don't think they did a great job coaching in the losses. With that being said, though, you're right. You have to give them credit. They've done a great job turning the defense around. And imagine if they can actually play defense in the first half, which I think they've been bad at. The second half, they've been great. I think if they can figure out how to do that all game long, I think we're in good shape. And then on this week's game, I think if Benford plays, I'm very confident. If he doesn't play, I'm 50-50.
Yeah. With Benford, I mean, we'll see. I don't know if we'll get a full update today. You know, the Bills' injury luck has been. How about the number of injuries they've suffered in practice too? Like it feels like, here's a Wednesday. All right, that's fine. Thursday, this guy's hurt. Who? What? How? You got hurt at practice? It would just be tough. But yeah, I think McDermott deserves a ton of credit for how this defense is kind of held it together. Like they might really. Sometimes we think about how are the Bengals so bad. They've got some talent, but from a scheme standpoint, it's a mess. And Pittsburgh's defense is among the highest paid in the league, and that defense has been falling apart all year. Here are the Bills that have, a defense that's not top 5, but it's doing the job most days, giving the offense a chance. Thanks, Joe, for the phone call. 803-0550. We'll check in with Sal Capaccio here as we do on a Football Friday. Bills, Patriots coming your way at Sunday at 1 o'clock. A big, big game for the Bills and a big game for New England. Meanwhile, in New England, we'll get to this with Sal. They kind of cannot believe they are underdogs. I don't mean the Patriots players. Sal will tell the story. He's on a New England radio station yesterday or the day before, and their first question is, why do you think the Bills are favored? Like, they kind of can't believe that the Bills are the favorites in this game, which, come on. You guys are the new kids on the block. The 5-time champs who never lose in December are rolling in. You've got to prove it first. 803-0550. Your questions, comments with Sal, and plenty more here on a Football Friday on WGR. There's a thing from practice that they've been doing. New England had a number of players in number 4. I think like 2 or 3 running backs, maybe on the practice squad, in number 4 jerseys. Maybe Ben Volen, who we talked to yesterday, tweeted this out. Somebody did. And they were running a drill where they were, guess what? Punching the ball out on James Cook. Like punching the ball out. Aware of his fumbling issues. And it's something we're seeing. You know what? Let me see if I can find something on this. Are there more fumbles than there have been in years past? Or is it just that Twitter, every time there's a peanut punch, there's 10,000 people pointing out that there has been a peanut punch and a fumble? That might be it. But I feel like fumbles might be up, and James Cook, his fumbles are up this year. That's for sure. And the Patriots are focusing on that. Punching the ball on a guy in a number 4 jersey.
I loved that they had the guys wearing 4.
Yeah?
Why did they have to wear number 4? I found that hilarious.
They wear number 4. Don't they wear number 4? Here's a good question. Do they do that so the Bills see that so it gets in their heads?
It has to be some sort of.
Why else would you have the guy wear the jersey number?
Right. Do the defenders need to see the number because they're not going to know which guy is James Cook?
Right.
I think they'll figure out who James Cook is.
Right.
It's so funny that they were wearing 4. I saw that this morning and was laughing at
And
myself.
in the portion of practice that you're able to film, it's like, let's go ahead and make sure we're punching the ball loose in the guy in the number 4 jersey while the cameras are here.
Right. They're trying to get it preemptively in Cook's head.
So but does that mean that Cook will focus more on ball security? So that's a bad thing to show? Or does that mean they're going 3D chess? They're trying to talk the Bills into being afraid to give the ball to Cook because...
Right. They're so prepared.
Yes.
We've seen a guy in a 4 jersey this week, and we punched the ball out on him.
Yeah.
Already.
I don't have the answer to that.
We're ahead.
Last day of practice for the week later today for the Buffalo Bills as they get ready for their rematch against the New England Patriots on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report: injured, for help call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford, a new addition to the injury report yesterday with a toe injury, officially limited in practice, along with Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer. Those four were limited on Wednesday as well. Around the NFL last night, the Atlanta Falcons putting a problem into the Tampa Bay Buccaneers season with the NFC South. Tampa Bay falling to 7-7 thanks to a 29-28 loss at the hands of the Falcons. Kyle Pitts, 3 touchdowns in the win for Atlanta. Tampa Bay now a half a game back of the Carolina Panthers in the NFC South. Carolina takes on the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. Pittsburgh Steelers pass rusher TJ Watt admitted to a local hospital as they are further evaluating an issue with his lung. The Steelers announcing that yesterday. Head coach Mike Tomlin told reporters that Watt's status is officially up in the air for Monday night. To hockey, the Buffalo Sabres won their second in a row on the road, 3-2 over last place Vancouver last night. Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Zach Benson scoring for Buffalo. Alex Line, 30 saves in the win. They close out their 6-game road trip tomorrow night against the Seattle Kraken. This holiday season, we are kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission. It's powered by NYSEG. Going on now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop off your donation to the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you could still help out and give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. It's sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. Get all the details on our website at WGR550.com. This update is brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio set to join us. Got a very strange thing here going on with David Sills right now, Sal. Good morning. How are you? David Sills.
I'm good. I thought about him last night when he was first he dropped that pass and then he had a couple of nice catches. I'm like, that's the same guy that was at Bills camp for a little while.
That's right. That's right. So David Sills the 5th. I called him David Sills the 4th. He's David Sills V the 5th. And when I search David Sills IV, David Sills the 4th, it says David Sills the 5th, often called the 4th in media. So apparently people in the media like me somehow often confuse him as the 4th when he's the 5th. Anyway, whatever. He was signed with the Bills in 2019 after the draft. He was part of their Beyond Blue and Red. They liked him. They were really after him. They signed him. He made it through camp, was waived. He went to the Giants. He's in his 7th season in the NFL and has caught 2 touchdowns with Atlanta. So good for him. Nice little story. That game last night was nuts. The way that
crazy
the Falcons came back, and Kirk Cousins can still play. You can carve up a defense.
I actually, that's why that Monday night game against Penix. There was a time I think where Penix was a little banged up, and I was thinking, rather face Penix than Cousins, and yet the Bills still lost to Penix, right?
Yep.
I thought Cousins would kind of stabilize their offense, but he could be a little pretty, variable, right? You never know what you're going to get. Sometimes it can be a pretty wild game as well. But, man, I'm impressed that the Falcons just kept playing. It's a team that was eliminated last week from the playoffs. They're mathematically out, and then they're on a short week. They go to a division rival who's fighting for a division title, and they're down 10 points. 15 points, right? 14 in the fourth quarter, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And they come back to win the game. So, yeah, give them a lot of credit. And by the way, there were some crazy plays in that game that you could say some went the Bucs way or some went the Falcons way. How about the fumble? Literally, there's a still shot. I retweeted it. That there were 7 Buccaneers around the ball, and they didn't come up with it.
Yep.
There was 1 Falcon around the ball. And the person who came up with it wasn't even the guy that was there for the Falcons. It was a lineman who came diving in.
Yeah, it was a crazy game. Absolutely crazy game. The Panthers are in the lead in the NFC South now.
Yes.
And they'll play the Saints. I just found this out last segment. The Panthers and the Bucs have not yet played. They're going to play twice in the last 3 weeks,
right.
Which is what the Bills and Patriots did last year, Sal. And I don't know if you're as staunchly against that idea as I am. I love that The Bills, put the Patriots' schedule up on the board, and you know what the Patriots have not yet done? They've not yet played any of their division opponents a second time. And I feel like that's how it should go. I feel like you should separate the teams you're going to play twice by a good month, because I'll feel like it's a bit of a different game. We've got a lot of different storylines. To me, it's a lot more interesting that way.
Yeah, I don't love when it's 2 and 3 weeks or 2 and 4 weeks, but you give a little bit early in the season, a little bit later in the season, because teams change, and these two teams certainly have changed, right?
Yeah.
To get back to Bills Patriots, they definitely have. The Bills are a team that's had some transition, both in injury and personnel, and then the Patriots as well, mainly due to injury for them. So since the last time they played in Week 5, both these teams are definitely looking a little bit different, on the field than they did before. And this is a big game. I will tell you, I've talked to people who live in New England who tell me in the Boston area, like, this game is massive for them.
Yeah.
Like, they are treating it.
It's almost too big,
like,
right?
It's
Yeah,
it's
it's almost
weird.
too big.
Like, to me, it's weird because they've won all these championships. They're back to, hey, they're back to where they are, and it's great if you're a fan over there. I'm sure that's really super cool. I'll tell you this. I went on WEEI yesterday, and I did a spot for our sister station in Boston. And the first question they asked me, why do you think the Bills are favored in this game? I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm like, I guess it could go either way. I said, it's 1.5. I said, I'm not surprised. My answer was basically, well, the Bills have Josh Allen. They're still a really good team. And I said, I give the Patriots credit for keep winning, but they haven't beaten a ton of great teams, and they have a bit of a softer schedule, but they did beat the Bills. So, yeah, give them credit for that. But I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal. But apparently they're playing this up in Boston like it's some huge disrespectful thing, not just in the Patriots locker room. I mean, like, the fans think this is some big affront to the Patriots that they're underdogs by 1.5 to the Bills.
Yeah, I think what it probably is for New England is they've probably heard all year long, yeah, your team's good, but still, who have you defeated?
Yeah.
Who have you beaten? And if they beat the Bills a second time, you kind of can't say that, because if it's who have you beaten and you can say the Bills twice, like, that'll get the job done in terms of, like, your resume is now something you could defend. So it means that. It means that they could sweep the Bills, which teams don't often do. But one of the things I find interesting, kind of getting back to the divisional format, Sal, we don't know how a team, I know Drake May did play last year, but the Josh McDaniels-Drake May partnership, no team in the division has had their second crack at him yet. And he has not yet had a second crack at a team, right? He plays the Bills this week, then the Jets, and then the Dolphins. So I don't have a little bit of context where I could say, like, oh, in the second matchup against the Jets, this happened, or the Dolphins. So, on one hand, it's I'm eager to see how the Bills play him differently. I'm also eager to see how Josh McDaniels attacks differently with how things are different on the defense. And, of course, the big thing to watch for today, and you'll talk with Sean McDermott on the Extra Point Show, what's the story with Christian Benford? So he's spotted in a walking shoe. I know they say boot, but I'm pushing back on boot because it's not a full boot, right? It was smaller.
Right. Yeah, so I didn't see him in it, but I'll go off of my colleagues who did and tell you what they saw in the locker room with Christian Benford. So I saw him doing, like, his normal practice. He was out at practice. See, I have video of I was actually shooting Darnell Savage in his high socks, by the way. Darnell Savage is a high socks guy, by the way. Did you know that? He's got high socks on at practice.
Good.
And I'm shooting that. And in that same video, you see Christian Benford. He's running around. So there was nothing, like, up with Benford. We didn't notice he wasn't there or anything like that. And then later, a few of my colleagues spotted him in the locker room, Benford, after practice. The way it works, media leaves, and then allowed to go back in to the field house where they're practicing, or, outside, in this case, field house, and then locker room after practice is over, right? So you don't get to see any rest of practice. So the players are already in. And Benford apparently had a walking boot on his left foot, or walking shoe. And the reason I say that is Lance Lysowski of the Buffalo News actually tweeted a picture of what he said. It was not the actual. He didn't take a picture of Benford. He said, "This is what I would call what I saw, what it looked like."
Is it bad that I'm like latching onto it? It wasn't a full boot. It was not
right.
a full
No.
boot.
I think it's totally appropriate to analyze it.
Okay, good.
Because I'll tell you why, Jeremy. This happened with Ed Oliver, and I remember I saw Ed Oliver in the locker room with a walking boot on, and I'm like, "Oh my God, like, what's going on here?" Maybe he just twisted his ankle, and that's precaution. And we find out that he was out for several weeks. Remember when that happened, right? Someone stepped on him. And that was a boot. I do think this is notable that it's not necessarily. That said, okay, he's still wearing something, some sort of brace or whatever, because something happened at practice. He was listed as limited. So clearly something happened during practice yesterday, and we don't know what that is. It's listed as a toe. We'll find out from Sean McDermott today on the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. He'll join me, and we'll figure it out and find out, I should say. Now, who knows? If McDermott says that Christian Benford's out for this game or doubtful, well, now suddenly things change about how you think you can defend the Patriots, because with Christian Benford on the field, obviously the way he's playing right now, I mean, you could have a number of options on how you want to deploy him and what you want to do. Without him, things become a little stickier. And not to mention the fact, remember, they lost Jamarcus Ingram. They only have 3 boundary corners right now on the roster. They could elevate Dane Jackson. They could elevate MJ Devonshire to Corey Couch. But the point is, they only have Benford, Hairston, and White on the active roster.
Do you feel like if Benford was unable to go, they would feel like they cannot play man?
Ooh, I think in certain situations they'd probably feel that, but maybe. They do play. I mean, Max Hairston, I think that they'd be comfortable with that. It would have to depend on who are you matching Tre'Davious White on. How does that look?
Right.
So, I think in this game, though, you're not going to be spread out like you were against the Bengals, right? So you're probably playing a little more base anyway in this game. And, the Patriots are going to throw. There's no doubt about it. But I think it's a totally different kind of matchup than it was last week when you saw Cam Lewis all over the field and them matching up these behemoth tight ends and wide receivers against them. This isn't the same kind of group.
803-0550 if you have a question for Sal. More on the injury report. We'll check in on the injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured, for help, call 1-800-8-million. So other players that were limited at yesterday's practice, Sal, Terrell Bernard, Joey Bosa, Spencer Brown, and Josh Palmer. Let's do Bosa first. I saw clips of him kind of working out and whatever, on the field, in sweats, kind of going through some stuff. Was that the case last week or earlier in the week too? Like, are you seeing clear progress from the portion that you can see on Bosa?
To me, yeah. I mean, I just think it's notable that he's out there and it looks like he's kind of doing everything we normally see him doing during stretching or individual work. We can say that and talk about it, but we don't know what's going on once we leave, obviously, right? And then he was limited both Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday, a walkthrough, it's an estimation, but limited yesterday, and you saw some of the video. So very, very good news there, but it doesn't mean that he's ready to go. We've had guys limited throughout the week that didn't go. Dalton Kincaid, this happened to a couple weeks ago. I think Joshua Palmer one week that happened to, but maybe he's ready to go, and we'll see if he's out there. But I think that it looked good to me, but again, I'm only able to watch a certain portion of practice while we're out there. So Bernard's interesting because, he's limited. He's got a huge brace on his elbow, and he's out there practicing. And I say he's interesting because of the decision that could be coming at linebacker if he's able to play, right?
Yeah.
Like, what happens? Is he going to play linebacker? Is he going to play middle linebacker? Is that Shaq? Jeremy, I can't tell you how many fans are in my mentions saying, well, we don't want him on the field. Just stay inactive. And I just think that's, okay, you don't have to want him to start. But why would you not want Terrell Bernard available to play if he's able to play? What if something happens to Shaq Thompson, right? I get it. I understand the sentiment from fans. I know. People are being a little extreme. But a healthy Terrell Bernard is still better than a not healthy Terrell Bernard. The Bills just have to make a decision on who they want to start. And I agree. Shaq Thompson's been better in the middle than Terrell Bernard. So, to me, that should be the decision. You start Shaq Thompson. But having Terrell Bernard actually available to play is a good thing, not a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, game script could go any number of ways.
Yeah.
You might need just whatever. Like, we'll see. And New England, of course, does throw to tight ends. I mean, Hunter Henry's having a really nice season for them. So, yeah, we'll see about that with Bernard. Spencer Brown, he's told people he's going to be good to go, right? He was limited again, but he's basically said he's okay.
Yeah, he did. He has, and it feels like that's the case. I think he was close last week by the way it went, and then they didn't start him, and it made sense. As I was saying going into the week, you're back at home. Communication is a little bit easier and smoother. You're not facing the same, Steelers pass rush as you did against the Bengals. No Trey Hendrickson, so that mattered. And then the last one is Joshua Palmer. It'd be great to get him back, but you just don't know with him right now. I mean, the injury and injuries he suffered in Atlanta at the time, they apparently were pretty significant for him because it took him a while, and then he tried to get back and he couldn't. Try to get back again. It's been a struggle. And McDermott said last week his body just isn't in a great spot right now. He's been limited then this week, but it's the ankle. He's still working through it. Is he able to go? We don't know. And then if he is, that gets us back to our conversation of what happens at wide receiver. Are you dressing 6? Because if you are, okay, obviously there's somebody's, there's not as many reps available, but a lot of times with numbers, receiver, that's a position you go 5, and the Bills generally do that. Who's the 6th guy? Who's out? Is it Keon Coleman?
Yeah.
Does he become now a healthy scratch, not be related to discipline, just related to being the low guy in the depth chart? I mean, I could see something like that. So I think those are interesting decisions. And then we did have one change yesterday, 2 changes. Dawson Knox returned to practice yesterday. He was out for personal reasons on Wednesday. And Mitch Trubisky had an illness, so he was not practicing yesterday.
Okay. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us on Bills and Patriots. On the New England side of things, they're missing their left tackle, Will Campbell, and Milton Williams as well. Speaking of defensive linemen, Sal, for anybody out there that's like seeing Ed Oliver post videos, Sean McDermott's timeline on that was pretty clear. Like McDermott's not really thinking about it until the playoffs, correct?
Correct. That's pretty much the messaging.
Okay,
yes.
okay, gotcha.
I would say, yeah, he's definitely coming back, or he's not coming back for the playoffs or before the playoffs, but pretty much everything he said is more of an indication of that, if and when it happens, it wouldn't be until the playoffs.
Right.
And it sounds encouraging. By the way, the Patriots have also been without Harold Landry this week. That's a notable loss. He showed up. He's been on the injury report. He has not practiced. He actually did practice, on Wednesday. He did not practice on Thursday with a knee injury, so that's notable for them. When you are limited on Wednesday and you don't go on Thursday, he got hurt in their game against the Giants 2 weeks ago, the Monday night game. And he was they had 60-something snaps. He got hurt. I looked at the snap count, so I don't know the exact point of the game he got hurt, but he only played 30-something snaps, so he obviously got hurt during the game. But he's on their injury list too, so that's pretty notable. He leads their team with 7.5 sacks.
Yeah. Well, it's a big loss. Big loss.
If he is, yeah. We'll see today from both sides.
Yeah, we'll see who gets through it. All right, Sal, what else are we missing from this game? It's a road trip to New England.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. I mean, did you see the stat? Did I bring this up with you guys the other day? Did you see the stat? I might have even talked about it, and I'm sorry if we already did, about the league leaders and the teams that lead the league in pass plays 20 yards or longer.
I heard you talking about this with the afternoon show. Yes, I saw the clip on social media is where I saw it. I saw it on Instagram. The top 3 teams in 20-yard pass plays?
The top 3 teams in 20-yard pass plays this year are the Rams and Bills tied at number 1 for 50 of them. The Patriots number 3 with 49 of them. These 2 teams actually are the top of the league, along with the Rams, in 20 or more yard pass plays this year. And what's crazy is it's totally different the way they do it, right? Because the Bills' average depth of target is actually one of the lower teams in the league. It's less than 8. But their yards after catch is humongous, where the Patriots' average depth of target is huge. It's over 9, one of the top in the league. And then their yards after catch are not that much. So the Patriots love to throw the ball over the top of you, and they get a lot of big plays like that. The Bills love to throw the ball short and let their guys work, and they get a lot of big plays like that.
Yep. Well, we'll see who gets big plays this week. I'm eager to see Allen, December Allen unleashed again. And, whatever, as part of a game plan that includes a lot of James Cook. I think the Bills are going to run it a lot. And
yeah,
I think play action is going to be a big part of their game, the same way that it was against Cincinnati. Like the Bills offensively using backs and tight ends again, to me is their formula right now. So it'll be a big one. And it's funny, I like what you're saying about how in New England they see this as such a big game. And for the Bills, it's super important because, if you lose, the division is gone, and then we kind of turn our focus all right, playoffs, road, how you're going to get to the Super Bowl. So it's a big game, but there are bigger fish to fry afterwards, regardless of which direction it goes.
I want to make this point. You tell me if we're right or wrong, you think. And I think you'd agree with us. So a little plug here for everybody. We did Matt Bove and I did a crossover pod. You're going to hate the name of it. It's called the Six Rings Podcast.
Yeah, I immediately remember the Six Rings Podcast's existence.
Okay,
yes.
I will tell you, though, the hosts of that show are really awesome. They're great people. Nick Fitzy Stevens, he's actually a stand-up comic as well. He's so funny. He's great. He's really good. Really good guy. And Meg O, we call her. Meg Ortolani, Olatani. I forgot how to say her name. She said, just call her Meg O. So my apologies to Meg. She's great, too. And she's on WEEI sometimes. So we do this podcast with them, and they're really good. We have this back and forth. And they're telling us how big this game is. And Matt said, and I agreed, and I said this same thing on WEEI, but it was Matt originally said it to them. Look, from a Bills perspective, yeah, everybody wants to win, and we're talking like fans and how the Bills fans are treating it here, but it really comes down to what happens in the playoffs here. Like if you lose this game, Bills fans still would have probably no reservations if you told them you have to go to New England for the playoffs.
Right.
Like if you told Bills fans right now, it doesn't matter what happens this game, you're going to go to New England. You're going to go to New England in the divisional round. Wouldn't you sign up for that? I think you would. And I told that to WEEI too, and they're like, oh, they found that really interesting. I'm like, yeah, so it's a big game. No, you don't want the hat and T-shirt against you if you're, the Bills. But really, like, what does it matter once you get to the playoffs at that point? Because the Bills are going to be in, and the Patriots are going to be in.
Yeah, I mean, they'll find out how much belief people have in Josh Allen, playoff Josh, So, Sunday, 1 o'clock, Bills, Patriots. All right, Sal, we'll be listening to Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. You've got Sean McDermott, Pat Hammer as well. Is there any sort of weather scenarios in New England this week?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I just got a text this morning from somebody out there who said it looks like it could be a snow game.
Wow.
It could be. I've been monitoring the weather all week. I do think there's going to be snow in the area. I don't know if it'll look like last week, but it could. But yeah, it just might depend on the timing. So who knows? It could be a really interesting weather forecast again for this game. But we'll have Pat Hammer on. We'll effort to get Paul. I know it was a late night for Paul last night. I don't know. I fell asleep after the second period. I had to wake up to see, and I'm like, oh, I missed no goals. That's good. It was 3-2 final, right? So, so that's good. Nice win. Like, hey, 2 in a row, right?
2 in a row.
You get 2 in a row, so that's nice, and get Seattle. So woke up to a nice 3-2 Sabres victory. But I know I'll see if we can get Paul. I know he had a late night last night covering the game, so we'll try and figure that out. But in the meantime, we will have Pat Hammer at 11:30. Sean McDermott most likely a little after 11 for everybody who's listening. So, but you never know when he's a little bit early. So listen, starting at 10 a.m. in the Extra Point Show.
Very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it.
Sal Capaccio, the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show comes your way at 10 o'clock. We've got some Sabres to dip into as well. They've won 2 in a row. But it's a Football Friday. Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Sean McDermott's not going to be any candidate for Coach of the Year, and I think that's probably right. You've got a lot of coaches that are overachieving, which is what that award is for. And when you have Josh Allen and you're in the wild card spot, no one's going to think you're a Coach of the Year candidate. But you kind of have to be honest about it and say, I think looking at it, that they've done a nice job given the hand that they've been dealt. With injuries, with young draft picks hoping to come in, with second-year player, Cole Bishop is like the top of the list here. The guys that have come in and been able to hold this defense together. We probably didn't think Shaq Thompson and Jordan Poyer were going to be the 2 key pieces to holding this defense together, but here we are. Right? It's not gone well for the spine of their defense, Terrell Bernard, Taylor Rapp. But they found the answers, and they coach it up. What's the defensive line look like? No Ed Oliver. Injuries up and down that line. I've got practice squad elevations week in and week out. And the last couple weeks, they've had answers to the run problems. Maybe that's just because of Shaq Thompson, who is, again, like a surprise here. So it's Bills Patriots Sunday. I feel good about their chances because of 2 things. And that's number 1, of course, Josh Allen. He's Superman. And number 2 is that so far, more often than not, this defense has at least had a half where the offense can run away with a lead or the offense is able to come back and put it away. Like I guess I've got what McDermott might call complementary football. I don't have the Texans' defense. I certainly don't have the Texans' talent on defense. And if they did, what do you think it would look like? Wouldn't it look a lot like what the Texans are doing? One of the things about the Texans is they don't disguise a lot. They just kind of run out there and show you what they're going to do, and they beat you up. And they're a nasty defense. 2 premier corners, 2 premier pass rushers. They get the job done. And for McDermott, he's got, Benford's down. It's Tre'Davious White and rookie Max Hairston and Dane Jackson and Taron Johnson. And in the secondary, I got second-year player Cole Bishop and practice squad elevation now to the 53, Jordan Poyer. Like, I'm just holding it together. If they find ways to win games, playoff games, anything, We might end up seeing the Bills make the playoffs, the Bills make the Super Bowl, which many Bills fans still think is, yeah, they're vibing that. I put up a Twitter poll yesterday about that. And McDermott, I think, just deserves a lot of credit from that. As we head into, I know we're still a month away from the postseason, but I know you're all thinking about it. I know I'm thinking about it. How is this going to play out in the postseason? And when we look at the AFC, the growing sentiment, our good buddy Nick Wright laid it out. He said basically if Josh Allen does not make the Super Bowl this year, it's a colossal failure. And that might be something you feel as well. Looking at the landscape, if we're only looking at quarterbacks, that probably feels right. Allen, and then the second best quarterback that's going to make the playoffs is likely Drake May. He's probably the second best guy they'll play. I don't know who the case would be for the other second best guy. If it's going to be Herbert, if the Chargers make it, or if Mahomes. If Mahomes gets in, the conversation's a little different, but not a lot because the Chiefs look really, really flawed. And I guess who's the pressure on right now? Who's the pressure on for them to do that, to make it? You could say Allen because these wins and losses and QB wins really come down to that, whether or not the quarterback gets the job done. But this defense has to give him a chance to win. So far, the defense has, in most games this year, given this offense a chance to win.
Win. They close out their 6-game road trip tomorrow night against the Seattle Kraken. So it's brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Tage Thompson near circle.
Does that just come to you? Or?
No, it doesn't really. Here's a quick shot, scores. That comes right in front of the net, and that is a big goal for Zach Benson. It's his first of the year. This one's going to count, and the Sabres are up 3-2 with yet another power play goal.
One of the Firth moments of the game. For the moments in your life, go forth to Firth Jewelers. Sabres score another win. They beat Vancouver. Vancouver is one of the worst teams in the league, and the Sabres get the win. So 2 straight wins after beating Edmonton. They beat Vancouver. They have a chance to finish off the road trip at 500, 6-game road trip, and they'll play not Philadelphia. They'll play Philadelphia when they get home. Next up, they play Seattle. Sabres and Kraken, that's not tonight. Seattle plays in Utah tonight, and then they'll return home for the Sabres and Kraken. So there you go. Sabres win 2 in a row.
Seattle on a back-to-back. All right.
Yes, Seattle on a back-to-back. Seattle is in a playoff spot, right? No, they're just on the outside. They have a bad goal differential, but anyway.
I think they've still have the least amount of goals in the league, too.
Yeah. Sabres Kraken is 8 o'clock Sunday night, if you want that.
8 o'clock
Sunday night. Sunday Night Football this week is...
it's not even close.
No, it's Minnesota-Dallas on Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, they have 70 goals on the year, Jeremy. Second worst is 82.
Wow. All right. Derek is sitting in here. He's hanging out. Joe is off today. Jeremy and Joe. No Joe today. Derek's here. Joe Kelly is out. Dan Dale's in for him. Oh, and the Parlay Killer is here as well. Very quick. I had a parlay last night, and I'm only going to tell you about one part of it. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. I just had a leg of it that I'm very happy about. I, for the first time ever, went with an under 1 yard rushing for Kirk Cousins, and it was enjoyable to watch a game. It's, we watch Josh Allen run all over the place, and it's fun. When you actually are rooting for a quarterback to never run a single yard, it's kind of exhilarating. And I had a good time watching that game, knowing this dude's not going to run one time. And sure enough, he did not. 0 yards rushing for Cousins. It was a fun one.
That has to be satisfying, though, too. Like, to have such a unconventional leg on a parlay there, too, that's it's different. It's something just genuinely different.
We played around it once on Stafford, because Stafford runs for like 3 yards a year.
Yep.
And Cousins is similar. Cousins' long run for the year is 6 yards. And, I got Josh Allen ripping off 40-yard, streaks jumping over dudes, whatever. Like, Cousins, he can still play. He should maybe go back to Minnesota. Right? Who says no? He should probably go back to Minnesota, where they are mad at him and they got rid of him. But that's a team that's ready made to win, and they're experiencing life without any quarterback play.
Yeah, that's also true. That's
anyway,
rough.
Football Friday, you can give us a ring. 1-888-552-550 to join us, and 803-0550. On the Sabres, quickly, there's rumblings, rumors. I saw Tim Graham reporting as well. Like, some sources indicated it could be very close to the end for Kevin Adams. I told you I believe that this could be happening. And the number of people that seem to think it might be very, very close to happening would immediately lead to, could it not happen if they win 3 games in a row? Like, could they undo this by having a good road trip? Because if you think about, if this is something that's already been discussed, decided, the other dominoes that would fall, right? Like, what happens? Does Lindy move to a different role? Is Jarmo Kekalainen, if this whole thing is going to happen, which there are some tea leaves, you can read the tea leaves, like, all right, it's all going down. And then they win 3 games in a row and come home. You just call everybody, pick up those other dominoes. Let's pick those back up. We're not going to do it until there's a bad stretch. I don't know.
We're just kidding.
I don't know. I'm of the belief that I think it's going to happen, and they've won 2 in a row. Does it matter that they beat one of the worst teams in hockey and also, held on to beat Edmonton? Like, hey, that's a regulation road win for them. Their first since, what was it?
April Fools.
April. That's their first regulation road win since April 1st. I don't know.
Not great.
No. Randy, North Tonawanda. Hey, Randy, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy, good morning. First off, I was just going to start with what a nightmare right now if you're a Cincinnati Bengals fan. Oh, just brutal. You have your Lord and Savior.
Yeah, and he sounds like he's losing love for the game kind of status.
Right. Doesn't even want to play football anymore. Just the worst news ever, I guess. But what I was going to ask you about right now, I'm looking at the Buffalo News, and they have the 06 alumni roster out. that they're going to do for the alumni, and they've got some pretty notable players in here. Miller looks like he's going to come back. Campbell, McKee, Fennegenov, looking at Vanek, the list goes on, Pominville. No Drury or Briere, though. I don't know if that's just they've got too much, going on in their lives right now.
Well, they've got actual NHL jobs. There's no Mike Greer either, right? Like he's also an NHL GM. So like the three guys that are GMs of teams won't be making it.
Okay, so you don't think there's any type of gripe or any type of fallout with the organization that just things went bad 20 years ago, so now they just have a lifelong. I'm not associated with the Buffalo Sabres anymore.
That's it. Thanks, Randy. I don't know if there's a gripe or a grudge. Who would hold it? I don't know that Mike. By the way, Mike Greer did leave and say the team was not committed to winning. Don't forget that. Like when he left the first time, he said he questioned the organization's commitment to win.
Oh, did we know little of what would be coming?
Well, that was with Golisano, though.
Yep.
Like he played for the Sabres, and then of course he came back. But 05-06, Mike Greer leaves after 05-06, and the idea was he questioned the organization's commitment. They went to play for San Jose, then comes back with the Sabres in 2009-2010. I had him in my former Sabre, future Sabre waiver league. Anyway, that's a Bills thing. So Greer came back and finished his career as a Sabre. Drury, it does feel like Drury wants nothing to do with it.
Drury, of the three that aren't going to be there, seems like the one that is the most disconnected to the organization. The minute he left in free agency, it's almost as if the Sabres were always in his rear view.
He's never been back on any level. And I feel like Briere has, right?
Briere has.
Briere's been back.
At the very least, he's made comments about them.
Sure, or he's been, has he been on the broadcast, said hello when he's in town?
Yeah,
I feel like
at minimum, he's said hello when he's in town. He still will say things about the Sabres.
You guys would remember that maybe out there specifically. Like Briere, I don't know, did he come to Ryan Miller that night or something like I don't know. Active GMs of other teams, that might be a little bit different. So that's my best answer. I don't know. The alumni list of all the guys that are going to be here, it's the band. They've got the band back together for the 05-06 reunion, which, it was an amazing time. It was a generation ago. Saw a couple highlights of Fennegenov. Meanwhile, they gave the new guy Fennegenov's number.
Yes and no. Initially,
he's not the first guy to wear it. Andre Benoit did wear 61.
Benoit wore 61, but last night Kuntar wore 52.
Okay.
So he was listed initially as 61, but the helmet at practice said 52, and then the jersey later on would end up saying 52.
Craig Reve.
Or Hudson Fashing, if that's more your style.
I do not remember 52 for Hudson Fashing. You would not undo organizational structural change off 3 wins on a road trip, right?
You would think.
You would think that would not be a thing that would undo what you do. We've heard sometimes a team is thinking what to do at the trade deadline, and they'd say, we'll see how the weekend goes. And if they sweep the weekend's games, they think, all right, let's make a move to try to get in. Or they lose the weekend's games, we're further out, maybe we rebuild. You would think your organizational structure wouldn't change on 2 games at the deadline, but that does happen sometimes. This is, a 6-year GM. Are the Wolves really at the door? You're gonna just barricade yourself in because of a couple of wins? I would hope that you have the commitment and the resolve to think we have a good plan going forward. We're unsatisfied with what's happened, and albeit a couple of wins here or there. Like Ted Nolan got fired after they won a game, right?
Yeah, that happened.
They beat the Kings in a shootout, maybe?
Right. I think they beat the Kings. I don't remember what the...
you win a game and get fired all the time.
Yeah. There's no... You said it. It's been... This is his 6th season, and you know what it is.
Yeah.
And if you came to that conclusion however many days ago, if that's what's happened, then you need to stick with that. You don't undo that because of 5 days of whatever's happened.
You wouldn't think so.
You can't.
You wouldn't think so.
But you can't do a lot of things.
If you are, here's a question: if the Sabres in fact are going to move on from Kevin Adams and make organizational changes, write the obituary. Of course, it's a lot of seasons of missed playoffs. What's the biggest? This was the biggest mistake.
Inaction, generally.
Inaction's absolutely.
Because the last couple of years he has been more active. He's made a couple, the Middlestat trade with Byram,
right?
The Savoy trade, the Kesselring, Paterka,
but none of them in the time where it was needed.
Right.
None of it to stop what was happening.
Yeah, he even openly laments not doing anything, not even making a singular roster move during the 13-game losing streak.
Right, that's tough.
By the way, it was Ralston and Regier that got fired after a shootout win against LA, replaced by Nolan.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. I was like 10, so don't blame me for not remembering.
It's a long time ago. It's a long time ago.
No,
yeah.
but there's the inaction. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the 13-game losing streak, not doing anything, claiming that wasn't going to happen again, and kind of here we are again.
I think it's also the lack of the big swing for a buy, like an acquisition.
There are very few of those. The Paterka trade was a sale.
That was a sell.
Yeah,
that was initially
they were forced into.
Right, they probably feel like they did really well in that, and they really did. But yes, right, forced into a sale. Right.
And you hit on your gamble there, which is awesome, and you should deserve props for that. But you also have been fired before that happened.
Even Norris is not what I would call necessarily a swing. It was we need to get Cousins out of here to try to at least jumpstart the roster.
Yeah, that was the heat was cranked on Cousins.
Right. And Norris is hurt again.
Right.
Well, he's sick.
But yeah, how high on the list does the Luukkonen contract rank? Alex Lyon played last night and played great.
Yeah, he was great.
And Colton Ellis has a concussion he's working through.
IR.
So does Luukkonen play tonight?
Well, Sunday, you mean?
Sunday, Sunday. They probably come back with
likely.
Lyon. You think so? I mean, you got 2 days off.
Oh, actually,
you come back
2
with
days
Lyon.
off. I think they'll go back to Lyon.
Yeah.
Just because Luukkonen is not, they gave him some runway and he crashed and burned a little bit.
Yeah, right.
Them, which,
it felt like
is expected.
Right. It felt like they were trying to prop him back into that starter's role, and it of course did not go that way.
I do wonder if Lyon will end up playing better if Ellis is out for a little bit longer term.
Right. Get him more starts.
Lyon's best action was at the beginning of the season when it was just him and Ellis in the rotation.
Right. Yep. That he played great when he was playing.
Yeah.
But then he also there's some stuff that early in the year I had a conversation with him in the locker room. And he mentioned changing a little bit of how he's played in his career this year. And I think he's working through a bit of that. And that might be a little bit of why he's not played as much, is because he might be working on some stuff that he wants to get sort of settled down before they really start leaning on him again. But he looked great last night.
Yeah.
And I mean, the Luukkonen thing is just...
Well, my hot take looking back on all of it, I think they were doomed from the moment they handled the Eichel thing the way they handled it.
Oh, yeah.
Not even just the trade, the way they handled it.
Yeah.
I thought they were doomed from that moment.
Yep.
Did that not lose? They were a bit of a joke before that. Was that not the stamp on?
Whatever. They had a good season after that. They got value on it, but what they probably did in that moment for a franchise that had work to do with players around the league. As soon as that all started to play out, I said, you are going to do unbelievable damage to your reputation with players.
Exactly.
And you will have to do so much work to get back to be respected again. And, maybe they've done some of that. And maybe Jarmo Kekalainen, if he is the next GM, if there is going to be a move. But from the moment they publicly took the captaincy away from him, and he's just out there awesome again. He got the surgery. He did the thing, and he's one of the best players in the league. It's hard to not look like...
He's exactly what they drafted him to be.
Sure.
And he could still be that if they had just let him get a surgery that he wanted.
And then listen, if he wanted to be traded the offseason before that, that's fine. To me, that doesn't really make much difference to me.
Right.
The way that they handled it was a problem from the jump.
And that is why we need to take time to get ready for Sabres time.
Yep.
All of it.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's why I was getting ready for Sabres time.
Preparing.
All right.
Prepare for Sabres.
Well, you got a whole weekend because they play Sunday at 8. So make sure on Sunday you get yourself ready for Sabres time. All right, 803-0550. It is a Football Friday. Talking about it with you, Bills and Patriots. You can join us. Got a cast of characters in here. We're piecing it together. Derek's in. Dan Dale's in. Joe's out sick today. Owen's here as well. And we're hanging out with you. 803-0550. Give us your prediction on Bills Patriots. What's your vibe? How you feeling for this game? It's an important one. The Patriots are treating it listen, if the Bills lose, we get to do that thing where you say, congratulations, you won your Super Bowl. You get to do that to somebody else, so prepare yourself. But it is a big game for them. They can win the division, and that would be whatever. It'd be worth respecting. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 on WGR.
This is a big game. I will tell you, I've talked to people who live in New England who tell me in the Boston area, like this game is massive for them.
Yeah.
Like they are treating it.
It's almost too big,
like,
right?
It's
it's
weird.
almost too big.
Like to me, it's weird because they've won all these championships. They're back to hey, they're back to where they are, and it's great if you're a fan over there. I'm sure that's really super cool. I'll tell you this. I went on WEEI yesterday, and I did a spot for our sister station in Boston. And the first question they asked me, why do you think the Bills are favored in this game? I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm like, I guess it could go either way. I said, it's 1.5. I said, I'm not surprised. My answer was basically, well, the Bills have Josh Allen. They're still a really good team. And I said, I give the Patriots credit for keep winning, but they haven't beaten a ton of great teams, and they have a bit of a softer schedule, but they did beat the Bills. So, yeah, give them credit for that. But I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal. But apparently they're playing this up in Boston like it's some huge disrespectful thing, not just in the Patriots locker room. I mean, like the fans think this is some big affront to the Patriots that they're underdogs by 1.5 to the Bills.
Yeah. I think what it probably is for New England is they've probably heard all year long, yeah, your team's good, but still, who have you defeated?
Yeah.
Who have you beaten?
Sure.
And if they beat the Bills a second time, you kind of can't say that because if it's who have you beaten and you can say the Bills twice, like that'll get the job done in terms of like, your resume is now something you could defend. So it means that. It means that they could sweep the Bills, which teams don't often do.
It's inexcusable. You don't make excuses. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. You gotta care enough where the shit hurts. It gotta mean something to you. It's more than a job. It's your livelihood. How well do you know your job? How well can you do your job? Well, you can't sugarcoat that. It was inexcusable, and there's no answer for it. There's no excuse for it. That's what you tell them in the locker room. Look in the mirror.
There you go. What was the final count? Dan Dale spent an hour and a half bleeping that. How many final was the number for Todd Bowles last night?
12.
12. Todd Bowles, 12.
That's gold.
Yeah. How about this? He flat out said, like, part of his quote here is, you can't, the coaching is done. This is on the players. Like, he put it on his players. No, that's on me. All these mistakes, we've got to clean those up. He's like, this is on the players. What did Baker say? It's my fault. Baker took accountability and said it's my fault. What did the coach say? Oh, yeah, it's everybody else's fault. Okay. Good luck.
Coming from the guy who had a losing record with Tom Brady as his quarterback?
Did he really?
Yeah. Mayfield saves it.
Oh,
for
okay.
Todd Bowles.
No, Brady didn't have a losing record in Tampa. He had Arians first, and then he goes to Bowles, and they went to playoffs still.
Yeah, it was the 9-8 season, though.
Yeah, it was a rough year.
So either way.
They had a rougher year for sure.
The rougher year with Tom Brady as your quarterback.
Yeah. Well, he blamed his players. Meanwhile, reports out of Indianapolis. Happy Football Friday, by the way. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Derek's hanging out, and Dan Dale producing. And Owen the Parlay Killer is here as well. Football Friday. Reports out of Indianapolis are that Phillip Rivers is going to start.
I am so excited for this and yet also terrified for him.
You've got Colts reporters saying, like, I know what it looks like when one guy is throwing more than the other, and it looks like this guy is throwing. This is what the starter does. Rivers is going to start, which he was asked, like, what his weight's up to, because he clearly looks like he has not played NFL quarterback in a while. He's out there just spinning the ball. I don't know. Could he do what Cousins did last night? Granted,
get 0 rushing yards?
Yeah, just stand there and just be a point guard. I don't know. Rivers plays tough defenses. If he's able to go in there and engineer a win, it'll be nuts. To get the Colts to the playoffs would be totally wild for him.
I do also wonder the ramifications with the Hall of Fame thing, because NFL teams are allowed 4 call-ups before they have to sign a player to the 53-man roster. They have only 4 games left. So could this also just straight up not affect what he has to do for Hall of Fame?
As soon as he gets called to the active roster, he's no longer eligible, right?
Yes, but he's You have 4 practice squad elevations, though. That's not active roster. So he can play.
Has there been a clarification on that?
It's 3 elevations.
Oh, it's 3 elevations.
You get 3, okay. But you're telling me if you play,
he can play as a practice squad elevation
and still keep his Hall of Fame eligibility?
Yes.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I know.
So if they're eliminated by week 18 against the Texans, they can sit Phil, not have to worry about signing to the 53, and then he can be potentially a finalist for the 2026 Hall of Fame.
Is he going to the Hall of Fame? Are we sure about that?
Probably. Maybe not first ballot.
He probably should.
Probably not first ballot. That's it.
He was, what was he? Is he Dak Prescott now?
That's probably pretty good.
Like, he's definitely a good quarterback, one of the best at the time, not the best, not a lot of postseason success.
Right.
Is that fair?
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, that's probably the best evaluation I would say. But
I want to say
actually a better version of that, I'd probably say.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the comparisons at the time were probably like Marino of like, oh, the man can't get to a Super Bowl and like things like that, because it's Brady and Manning dominating the conference.
At Pro Football Reference, his Hall of Fame monitor score is just below Ben Roethlisberger. And he is ahead of Hall of Famers, a lot of older Hall of Famers. His Hall of Fame monitor score is higher than Kurt Warner. But rings, right?
Right.
Warner had Super Bowl appearances. His Hall of Fame monitor is way above Troy Aikman. Aikman is behind Cam Newton, among others. Aikman is behind current Lamar Jackson.
Whoa.
Aikman's behind Russell Wilson.
That's what playing for the Cowboys will do for you.
Troy Aikman finishes on a Hall of Fame monitor behind Boomer Esiason.
Wow. This is getting ugly.
Careful, we're going to get a who cares tweet.
Yeah, from Aikman himself. All right, it's Football Friday, 803-0550. We got some open phone lines. Let's go. Predictions for Sunday, what you're confident in, what you're nervous about, and whether or not this game is as important as New England thinks it is. Are you tying a lot of meaning to the outcome of this one, or is it really more about the road that the Bills will ultimately have to take? 803-0550, you let us know. Football Friday, Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Z-Bart. You want to protect your vehicle.
This is a big game. I will tell you, I've talked to people who live in New England who tell me in the Boston area, like, this game is massive for them.
Yeah.
Like, they are treating it.
It's almost too big,
like,
right?
It's, it's weird.
Almost too big.
Like, to me, it's weird because they've won all these championships. They're back to, hey, they're back to where they are, and it's great if you're a fan over there. I'm sure that's really super cool. I'll tell you this. I went on WEEI yesterday, and I did a spot for our sister station in Boston. And the first question they asked me, why do you think the Bills are favored in this game? I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm like, I guess it could go either way. I said, it's 1.5. I said, I'm not surprised. My answer was basically, well, the Bills have Josh Allen. They're still a really good team. And I said, I give the Patriots credit for keep winning, but they haven't beaten a ton of great teams, and they have a bit of a softer schedule, but they did beat the Bills. So, yeah, give them credit for that, but I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal. But apparently they're playing this up in Boston like it's some huge disrespectful thing. Not just in the Patriots locker room. I mean, like, the fans think this is some big affront to the Patriots that they're underdogs by 1.5 to the Bills.
Yeah. I think what it probably is for New England is they've probably heard all year long, yeah, your team's good, but still, who have you defeated? Yeah. Who have you beaten? And if they beat the Bills a second time, you kind of can't say that because – if it's who have you beaten and you can say the Bills twice, like, that'll get the job done in terms of, like, your resume is now something you could defend. So it means that. It means that they could sweep the Bills, which teams don't often do. There's a thing from practice that they've been doing. New England had a number of players in number 4. I think like 2 or 3 running backs, maybe in the practice squad, in number 4 jerseys. Maybe Ben Volen, who we talked to yesterday, tweeted this out. Somebody did. And they were running a drill where they were, guess what? Punching the ball out on James Cook. Like, punching the ball out. Aware of his fumbling issues. And it's something we're seeing. You know what? Let me see if I can find something on this. Are there more fumbles than there have been in years past? Or is it just that Twitter, every time there's a peanut punch, there's 10,000 people pointing out that there has been a peanut punch and a fumble? That might be it. But I feel like fumbles might be up, and James Cook, his fumbles are up this year. That's for sure. And the Patriots are focusing in on that. Punching the ball on a guy in a number 4 jersey.
I loved that they had the guys wearing 4.
Yeah.
Why did they have to wear number 4? I found that hilarious.
They wear number 4. Don't they wear number 4? Here's a good question. Do they do that so the Bills see that so it gets in their heads?
It has to be some sort of.
Why else would you have the guy wear the jersey number?
Right. Do the defenders need to see the number because they're not going to know which guy is James Cook?
Right.
I think they'll figure out who James Cook is.
Right.
It's so funny that they were wearing 4. I saw that this morning and was laughing at myself.
In the portion of practice that you're able to film, it's like, let's go ahead and make sure we're punching the ball loose in the guy in the number 4 jersey while the cameras are here.
Right. They're trying to get it preemptively in Cook's head.
So but does that mean that Cook will focus more on ball security? So that's a bad thing to show? Or does that mean they're going, 3D chess. They're trying to talk the Bills into being afraid to give the ball to Cook because...
Right, they're so prepared.
Yes.
We've seen a guy in a 4 jersey this week, and we punched the ball out on him.
Yeah.
Already.
I don't have the answer to that.
We're ahead.
Last day of practice for the week later on today for the Buffalo Bills as they gear up for the rematch with the New England Patriots on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report: injured, for help call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford, a new addition to the injury report yesterday with a toe injury. He was limited in practice along with Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer. The latter 4 were eliminated on Wednesday as well. Around the NFL last night, the Atlanta Falcons defeat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 29-28. Kyle Pitts 3 touchdowns in the win for the Falcons. As for Tampa Bay, they fall to 7-7, now trailing the Carolina Panthers in the NFC South lead by half a game. Carolina takes on the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. Steelers pass rusher TJ Watt was admitted to a local hospital yesterday as there's further evaluation going on for an issue in his lung, Pittsburgh announcing yesterday. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin telling reporters that Watt's status is up in the air for Monday night. To hockey, the Buffalo Sabres won their second in a row on the road, 3-2 over last place Vancouver last night. Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Zach Benson scoring for Buffalo. Alex Lyon, 30 saves in the win. This holiday season, we're kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit the Buffalo City Mission, powered by NYSEG. Going on now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dash's Market location and drop off your donation to the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you can also give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list, sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dash's Market. Get more details on our website at WGR550.com. This update's brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Yeah, we are chasing them. They've had a bullseye on their back for, really since they probably took it over the first year. You want to be division champs. Coach said like at the beginning of the year, like you said, win a division, and everybody probably says that around the league in their own, first squad meeting. You want to win the division, but pretty cool how that's come to reality. And we're here, standing right here, the chance to do that.
Drake May, Patriots quarterback Drake May. Did you see what he said about comparisons to Josh Allen? Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Derek Kramer's sitting in for a little bit. Owen Parker is here, not Owen Power. Sometimes I do that. And if Owen Power were here, the chat would be a little bit more animated. They usually yell about Owen Power a lot. Dan Dale producing. Good morning. Happy Football Friday. It's brought to you by Solino Law. Car crash, call Solino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Got a couple of callers to get to. And real quick, Tim, Brian will get right to you. But I want to bring up what Drake May said about comparisons to Josh Allen. Have you guys seen what he said?
Well, just to be the target audience here, I'm going to say no.
Thank you. See, that's how you play the game.
That's how you play the game.
Derek's a veteran. He knows.
People don't, not everyone sees it, not everyone hears it. So to play the target audience here, sure.
No. What did he say?
Sure, what did he say?
Here's what he said. I think it gives you guys something to talk about. I think I'm a long ways away from playing like him. He's the best in the game. You believe the nerve of this guy, Drake May? How dare you? How dare you?
I'm over here sitting like, good answer.
How dare you not give us something to say? He's out here being
nice.
He's deferring,
polite,
calling him the best in the game. That's bulletin board material.
Blasphemy.
He doesn't want to give bulletin board material. That's how little he respects the.
Where's the hate?
What an
Come
answer.
on.
What an answer.
From the franchise that had Emperor Palpatine himself. Let the hate flow through you. Come on, man.
He is, I guess he and Allen have kind of struck up a little bit of a relationship off the field because they have the same agent. So anyway, they're not helping each other. And Allen said that this week. Like, I'm not helping him, but you know, I know him. Definitely don't help him. He looks like he's doing all right. Don't help him. Anyway, Bills and Patriots, Sunday, 1 o'clock. Sean McDermott will join Sal coming up in the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We'll be listening to see if there's any sort of update on Christian Benford, who was limited at practice because of something that popped up and was seen wearing a bit of a walking boot shoe situation. I don't know. Are we monitoring for turf toe? I don't know. So we'll see what Sean McDermott has to say, and hopefully he's good to go, and it was just some sort of precautionary thing. Ed Oliver missed games because he got stepped on this year. That happened. Also this morning, if you're waking up checking your fantasy scores and you played against Kyle Pitts, maybe go back to bed. Not a great day. Kyle Pitts scored 7% of his career fantasy points last night.
Boss, I'm out for the day. Why? What's going on?
Pitts.
Kyle Pitts.
Right, Pitts. I can't make it today. Pitts. 803-0550. All right, Bills and Patriots, you want to give us a prediction, a thought on the game? I like how much does it mean. For me, it's almost like keeping the division race alive and beating a good team like New England, I think is a good team, would be nice. If they lose, though, I don't know if we're thinking much differently. I don't know if I am. The Bills are likely to go on the road in this postseason. They've yet to win a road game in the Josh Allen, Sean McDermott era. They don't have any road playoff wins. So they're probably going to have to get at least one anyway. The question is, will they have to get 2 or 3? Will it be a wild card round? We'll see. And I also will admit to having a small part of me, and this might be like a defense mechanism or whatever, a small part of me thinks that someone to push you directly in division might be good for you. It might be good for you. And you need look no further. I'm not questioning like Allen's motivations here at all. Like Allen has reserved his best games for the best quarterbacks he plays against. His best games are against Lamar and Mahomes and Burrow and Baker. Like those the best games he's played this year. So maybe he brings out the best against Drake May and kind of apply that mindset to, all right, there's somebody in our division. We can't slow play anything. It's time to push a little more. It's time to get more aggressive in an off season to try and, go after, grab that brass ring, as they say, go a little harder. So I think New England's presence can ultimately be more challenging for the Bills, but pick your metaphor. Iron sharpens iron.
I just think it's more fun.
It depends how many times they lose. But you're right.
yeah,
right. I don't disagree with that. I think it could lead to more high-stakes games as opposed to like the division just being a walk like it has been for about 4 or 5 years.
And then maybe we get some meaner comments from Drake May in the future.
We'll
it's
see.
fun to have the hate. And of course, depending on how much they win. But to have the old enemy back, I don't want to say necessarily that it feels good, but it definitely leads to more chaos.
That said, at defector.com, one of my favorites, Drew McGarry, wrote a piece about how everyone has to root for the Bills now just because we cannot enter a world where New England is back on top. Like, that can't happen. America needs the Bills to make sure that New England does not get back to the mountaintop. Tim and Clarence is up to lead us off this hour. Hey, Tim, good morning. Happy Football Friday.
Good morning, guys. That was very interesting what you guys just said. I don't think, personally, I've been a long-time listener, 70 years old,
all right.
Football. They've won 10 straight. But I was watching ESPN the other night, and they had the list of quarterbacks that they've beaten. And there weren't very many top tier quarterbacks that they've beaten in those 10 wins. I like Mike Vrabel, but this kid, this team is not the team that beat us by a measly 3 points earlier in the year. They're worse than us. They're just as worse as we are with stopping the run, according to the things. But
yeah, for the last month, they've had trouble stopping the run. They lost their big name defensive tackle Milton Williams, and since he's gone out, they've had big problems.
Yes, they have. And number two is, I just want to make a point, is this kid, our quarterback, he said, "Screw it." Last weekend, I'm taking this game over, and I could not. I mean, what a performance! And this kid's the real deal, Josh. And I love Josh. I love the Bills. I love listening to you guys. And thanks for having me on the radio. Be good, do good. God bless. Go Bills.
All right,
it is.
Thanks, Tim. No notes, right? Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Notes.
Thanks for chiming
Sometimes
in.
it's clean.
Josh Allen said, "Screw this." That's pretty much what we want to see, right? We love seeing Josh go superhero mode. It is funny, like we got this relationship with watching him play, where if he does it too many games in a row, it's like, you shouldn't have to do that so much. But then he does like 3 games without it. It's where's the superhero act? I want to see it in the playoffs again. I want to see an offense that does not limit him, which I think they've had the last couple of years in the playoffs. I think they've limited him. So hopefully the approach this time around is a bit different. Brian in Buffalo is up next. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How about 2 in a row for the Sabres? Can I get a winning streak of 3 in a row? Anyways, you guys have brought it up, the arrogant Patriot fans throughout the week. I spent a year going to graduate school in Springfield, Mass. I have cousins there, and they are all running their mouths as typical arrogant Boston fans, which has been fun because they've been dead silent for 5 years. So that's point one. Point two is I hate to break your news to Buffalo fans. They are not winning the division. Let's just get that out of our heads. We are not getting the 1 seed. Too many teams to jump over. Just get in, try to lock in on that 5 seed, and pray that we're playing Pittsburgh in the first round. Secondly, I think the Bills do win this game. I think they have, obviously we have Superman, and Drake May is kind of, he's pretty damn good at himself, but I don't necessarily know how good New England is at this point. The last caller alluded to who they've beaten. That's not New England's fault either, who they play, their schedule. It is what it is. They've won 10 in a row. That's a significant win streak in the NFL, but I just think that Josh Allen is the reason why the Bills win this weekend. And then, like you guys said, the defensive tackle's out, so Cook goes crazy this team. As long as they don't turn the ball over, we'll be good. And then conversely, just playing devil's advocate here, I don't trust McDermott. I don't like McDermott. I think he should have been fired after 13 seconds. He's too conservative. The defensive timeout just to get a look every game. He's a terrible game manager. He plays that soft cover 2 zone or the soft zone all the time, and he's not. I don't find him to be an in-game making adjustments on the fly like a Belichick did back in the day. Obviously, that's probably an unfair comparison to one of the greatest coaches of all time, but Vrabel gets it. The he's what I would want as a coach in Buffalo. When Sean Payton was available, I think the Bills made a huge mistake in not giving Sean Payton a blank check. That's the genius that he is, and letting McDermott go.
Yeah.
But hey, fingers crossed. Let's go. Go Bills, like the last guy said. Go Bills, do good. God bless. Whatever the hell the line is, I'll hang up and listen.
Thanks, Brian. I don't think McDermott and Vrabel are very different at all. I think they're very similar. I think they are good CEO, face of the franchise, front door of the franchise kind of things, where they run the operation. They both have a lot of success. Vrabel has done it with quarterbacks that are not exactly Josh Allen, but the rest of what you said, like I feel I have to go back. What's today? Thursday. If I go back 5 days, I can see counterpoints to kind of everything you said, that McDermott is conservative. They were not conservative against Cincinnati at all. They were very aggressive in that game on offense, going for 4 fourth downs, getting 3 of them. There were very important moments where they went for those 4th downs. Defensively, they made a big change from the first half to the second half, got a lot more aggressive. From a game management standpoint, he does have these games where we remember. 13 seconds is the big one. Right. What's the second worst game management situation? What is it? Is it Houston last year, where they threw the ball 3 times and people wanted them to run it, and he wanted them to run it, but Brady called 3 passes, or I don't know, maybe Josh checked into passes? Like, I think he's bad at game management reputation, personally, I think that is very much overblown. There are a lot of coaches that are horrific at game management. Todd Bowles is one of them. Mike Tomlin is one of them.
Oh, yeah.
McDermott is not terrible at that stuff. I don't love the squandering timeouts for defensive Kodak moments either. I think that can be troublesome, and maybe we see that come up and bite them again. But obviously, like 13 seconds is that's on the marquee at the theater. But what's the second one? What's the third one? What's the fourth one? Maybe I can't remember them because 13 seconds has so much ownership over this conversation. But I don't know. I think Nate was in yesterday and coined the phrase Sean McDermott derangement syndrome. And Brian, you're entitled to your opinion, but 13 seconds is clouding a lot of it because you go to 13 seconds and then half the other stuff you said, it's just, I don't think it's realistic. I don't think it's accurate compared to his peers. I think he's a decent game manager. I think he gets aggressive when he needs to. That's one thing that the Cincinnati game showed me is when he sees a game where aggression is going to be the thing you need, maybe you'd like it all the time, and I might like it a little bit more. But compared to his peers, everything needs to be compared to his peers. And from a game management standpoint, I do not think he is a disaster at all. I think he's probably pretty good.
It's also 4 years ago now.
It's a long time.
And there's been some change in McDermott and his style since then. That is part of the evolution of a head coach and being more of the facilitator, the CEO type of head coach. He's had to dip his foot back in with the defensive play calling a little bit this year and helping out Babich, but he is now more of just the front man. He's more of a delegator. This is not just it's his defense he's heavily involved anymore. Now he only gets involved when he feels that he has to help out.
And when he has done that, he did that this year. It got better. The play calling improved. It got better.
Yeah.
And defensively, it needs to be pointed out what they're doing it with from a talent standpoint on their defense. They have guys they signed to the practice squad playing important reps. They have depth guys playing. A lot of their plans on defense did not work out, and they are on to plan B and plan C and plan D in some spots and trying their best to hold it together. I mean, is he perfect? No. And, every time someone wants to call about another coach, I'd listen to plenty of answers. There's how realistic is it and who's available. Do you want to fire him for Jesse Minter, who's a hot coaching name? He's the Chargers defensive coordinator. I don't think you want to do that. If you just want to go with an offensive mind, okay, you're going to just fire Sean McDermott for Clint Kubiak of Seattle, who might be a hot name. These are not things I think is realistic options.
And not to mention, any new coordinator that gets hired as a head coach could ultimately prove to be one of those guys. A great coordinator, bad head coach.
Could be. I do tend to think that when you have Josh Allen as your quarterback, your floor is probably 10 wins, maybe 9 wins. But Ryan in West Seneca. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Guys, couple things. First off, love you guys. Listen to you guys every single day.
Thank you.
I know you guys are number freaks. I tried to Google this and I couldn't. What are the percentages of a team in the NFL to win that 11th game in a row? No matter who it is. I know it's New England and we want the Bills to win Sunday and to be that person to knock them off the 11-game win streak. But what are the winning percentage chances of an NFL team to win that 11th game? And secondly, what do you guys think with the Bills with their current record? Is this at, above, or below where you guys thought they'd be at this point in the season? And I'll let you guys go and I'll listen.
Thanks, Ryan. Is it cheating to say they're probably right about where we thought they would be record-wise? I probably didn't think they would lose to Miami and Atlanta, but I thought they might lose to Baltimore and Kansas City. I picked them to lose to Baltimore in the opener. I picked them to lose to Kansas City. I picked them to beat Atlanta and beat Miami. So they're probably right about where they should be. And, when your quarterback is as good as this one is, I probably think you're going to be in the mix no matter what. Right? The window's always open as long as he's your quarterback. He covers up a lot of your flaws. In terms of how likely you are to win an 11th game in a row, I don't know if there's any way to calculate that. I would want to calculate it based on how good your opponent is. If the Patriots were playing the Titans, their chances of winning their 11th in a row would be much, much higher than if they're playing the Bills or the Rams.
It'd be pretty good. It's always different every time, too. Pittsburgh, when they started 11-0 a couple years ago.
And we knew they were bad.
They looked incredibly fraudulent. Everyone just slapped the tag on there, and they were proven right. But New England's not really being looked at like that. It's just, okay, you've played a soft schedule, but you have earned some tough wins in there as well. They're peppered in. So it's always different every time. The odds aren't going to be the same. They're all subjective relative to the year.
Yep.
And the opponent, as you had also mentioned.
To a previous caller that said, the 1 seed's not going to happen. Let me just run a scenario by you.
Here we go.
Right? I'm at the New York Times playoff machine. I've not clicked very many things at all. What I've done is given the Bills, they run the table, which if they beat New England, I think they will run the table. I think they'll beat the Eagles and the Browns and the Jets. New England loses to the Dolphins in the last game of the season. I think that is possible. Miami is running the ball very well. New England's having trouble stopping the run. They played earlier in the season, and it was a close game, and Devin Achane stepped out of bounds, and if he didn't, he scores the game-winning touchdown.
That's right.
Or seals that game. So all right. So just give me the Bills get the division. Do you want to know what the New York Times playoff machine gives them as their chance to be the 1 seed? If that plays out, if they run the table and New England loses in the final game of the season, the chances the Bills have the 1 seed, according to the New York Times playoff machine, 45%.
That's not terrible.
It is not terrible. And, of course, the team that's in the driver's seat for that is the Broncos. Do you know who the Broncos play this week? They play the Packers.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Green Bay.
Okay. Who do the Broncos play the following week? They play the Jaguars. Okay. Who do the Broncos play after that? They play the Chiefs. I don't know if Denver is a lock to stay up there either. And then Denver finishes out with the Chargers. I guess the real question is, do I have Jacksonville on the 1 seed? Was that what this is looking at?
I mean, if Buffalo wins out, they'd be able to challenge that as well with Jacksonville. And Jacksonville does have the edge in conference record. That's a shame.
If the Jags run the table. They might look like they're in good shape for the 1 seed. They've been good lately. They've been good.
What's Jacksonville's schedule looking like?
Honestly, go look at who they've beaten. They have the same thing as the Patriots. They've not beaten anybody impressive in a while, Jacksonville. They beat Houston on a fluky play.
Well, unfortunately, the rest of their schedule
they lost to Houston on a fluky play.
Rest of their schedule is not really that impressive either. Outside of the game against the Broncos, they face the Jets, Colts, and Titans, and we'll see what Indy looks like with Phillip Rivers.
Right. Jacksonville could finish with a higher seed than the Bills. It wouldn't be nuts at all. And
could you imagine making a run for the 1 seed and then Jacksonville's the team that takes it away?
It's another team that people are not going to take seriously until they start winning some playoff games. They are 9-4, much like the Bills are. And as you point out, their conference record, they are 6-2 in the conference, and the Bills are 6-3. And we're going to get tiebreakers. Who knows? Anyway, run the table, win the division. You're 45% to get the 1 seed. That's not dead. And it starts on Sunday. 803-0550. It's a Football Friday. We'll check in with Chris Brown, get his thoughts on this game as we continue our preview. It's Bills and Patriots. That was Who Needs to Get Results, brought to you by Dan Chacha Injury Attorneys. Don't worry, Chacha's gotcha. Who needs to get results? The Bills. They need to get those wins, knock off the Patriots, run the table, and, have a sniff at the 1. By the way, the 2's not bad. Let's consider that. I know you have to play an extra game. But if it really is truly wide open, maybe it's a year where you're going to host the AFC Championship game as the 2. Could happen. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out today. Chris Brown coming up next here on WGR.
This is a big game. I will tell you, I've talked to people who live in New England who tell me, in the Boston area, like this game is massive for them.
Yeah.
Like they are treating it.
It's almost too big, right?
It's it's weird.
Almost too big.
Like to me, it's weird because they've won all these championships. They're back to they're back to where they are, and that's great if you're a fan over there. I'm sure that's really super cool. I'll tell you this: I went on WEEI yesterday, and I did a spot for our sister station in Boston. And the first question they asked me, "Why do you think the Bills are favored in this game?" I'm like really?
Yeah.
Like I don't know. I'm like, I guess it could go either way. I said it's 1.5. I said I'm not surprised. My answer was basically, well, the Bills have Josh Allen. They're still a really good team. And I said, I give the Patriots credit for keep winning, but they haven't beaten a ton of great teams, and they have a bit of a softer schedule, but they did beat the Bills. So, yeah, give them credit for that. But I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal. But apparently they're playing this up in Boston like it's some huge disrespectful thing, not just in the Patriots locker room. I mean, like the fans think this is some big affront to the Patriots that they're underdogs by 1.5 to the Bills.
Yeah. I think what it probably is for New England is they've probably heard all year long, yeah, your team's good, but still, who have you defeated? Yeah. Who have you beaten? And if they beat the Bills a second time, you kind of can't say that because if it's who have you beaten and you can say the Bills twice, like that'll get the job done in terms of like, your resume is now something you could defend. So it means that. It means that they could sweep the Bills, which teams don't often do. There's a thing from practice that they've been doing. New England had a number of players in number 4. I think like 2 or 3 running backs, maybe on the practice squad, in number 4 jerseys. Maybe Ben Volen, who we talked to yesterday, tweeted this out. Somebody did. And they were running a drill where they were, guess what? Punching the ball out on James Cook. Like punching the ball out. Aware of his fumbling issues. And it's something we're seeing. You know what? Let me see if I can find something on this. Are there more fumbles than there have been in years past? Or is it just that Twitter, every time there's a peanut punch, there's 10,000 people pointing out that there has been a peanut punch and a fumble? That might be it. But I feel like fumbles might be up, and James Cook, his fumbles are up this year. That's for sure. And the Patriots are focusing in on that. Punching the ball on a guy in a number 4 jersey.
I loved that they had the guys wearing 4.
Yeah?
Why did they have to wear number 4? I found that hilarious.
They wear number 4. Don't they wear number 4? Here's a good question. Do they do that so the Bills see that so it gets in their heads?
It has to be some sort of
Why else would you have the guy wear the jersey number?
Right. Do the defenders need to see the number because they're not going to know which guy is James Cook?
Right.
I think they'll figure out who James Cook is.
Right.
It's so funny that they were wearing 4. I saw that this morning and was laughing.
And in the portion of practice that you're able to film, it's like, let's go ahead and make sure we're punching the ball loose in the guy in the number 4 jersey while the cameras are here.
Right. They're trying to get it preemptively in Cook's head.
So but does that mean that Cook will focus more on ball security? So that's a bad thing to show? Or does that mean they're going 3D chess? They're trying to talk the Bills into being afraid to give the ball to Cook because...
Right. They're so prepared.
Yes.
We've seen a guy in a 4 jersey this week, and we punched the ball out on him.
Yeah.
Already.
I don't have the answer to that.
We're ahead.
The Buffalo Bills will be wrapping up their week of practice today as they get ready for their rematch with the New England Patriots on Sunday. The Barnes Firm injury report: injured. For help, call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford, a new addition to the injury report yesterday with a toe injury. He was limited in practice yesterday along with Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer. Around the NFL, last night the Atlanta Falcons defeat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 29-28. Kyle Pitts with 3 touchdowns in the win for Atlanta. Meanwhile, the Bucs fall to 7-7 on the year and are now trailing the Carolina Panthers in the NFC South by half a game. Carolina plays the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. Steelers pass rusher TJ Watt was admitted to a local hospital as they are going through further evaluation for his lung, Pittsburgh announcing yesterday. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin telling reporters that Watt's status is up in the air for Monday night. To hockey, the Buffalo Sabres won their second in a row on the road, 3-2 victors over the last-place Vancouver Canucks. Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Zach Benson all scoring for Buffalo. Alex Lyon getting 30 saves in the win. This update is brought to you by Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR. Chris Brown coming up next.
Back to pass, blitz coming. Allen steps up in the pocket. 40, 30, down to the 20. Allen looking for the end zone, and he's in for a 40-yard touchdown rip. The beast has been released.
Football Friday here on WGR, brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s and buy Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. At this time on Fridays, we chat with Chris Brown, Buffalo Bills play-by-play man, who, Chris, if I remember correctly, Sal tells me you've got one of the best views this week. Is New England's one of the good ones, right?
Yeah, it is a very good broadcast booth.
All right.
Low, central. Yeah, it's really good.
Well, you got yourself a good view of what should be a good game. And part of the storyline this week, we also got to this with Sal, New England being underdogs, which, you could take that for what it's worth. You might think that the Bills have earned the benefit of the doubt in this spot. They're going on the road to play against a division opponent for the second time. They've never, or I shouldn't say never, they don't generally lose to a team twice in one season, and they get another crack at a New England team that first time around, it was probably the Bills' first sloppy game of the year, something we've seen a little bit of here and there. But Sean McDermott, no doubt, looking to tighten things up this week in New England.
Yeah, and I believe that is the only game in which New England has gotten 3 takeaways all season. But they don't make their own mistakes. That's kind of the key to the formula for the Patriots this year. They don't beat themselves, and they wait for the other team to make the mistake, and then they pounce on it and capitalize. And it's worked very well for them to the tune of 10 straight victories. I will say that it's very clear to me this week that the veterans are hyper aware of the fact that this is a potential hat and T-shirt game for the Patriots. And having won the last 5 division titles, they do not want to be the reason that the Patriots get to celebrate. So, it's very much on their radar, and I think it's going to serve as added motivation.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Like, the Patriots don't want to talk about it being a hat and T-shirt game, and the Bills do want to remind them, oh, no, you can't escape this. This is a hat and T-shirt game, so it keeps them very much motivated to keep this divisional race alive. What ends up, in your mind, being different this time around as compared to the first matchup, which was at Highmark months ago?
I think it's eliminating the mistakes. I think that's number one. And the Bills have had a tough time accomplishing that, particularly in road games. I know that the Patriots are already practicing in anticipation of going after the ball when James Cook is running with it. They had 2 separate practice squad players in number 4 jerseys.
Yeah, I thought that was a little bit of psychological warfare to a point.
Yeah, a little bit. Yep. And Vrabel will play that game willingly. Yep. So, it's a situation where I think they're going to unquestionably be going after the ball on him. And I think we also have to remember, too, that the Patriots have evolved just like the Bills have. In terms of the team they are now. They now have a true home run threat at the running back position in Travion Henderson, who barely played in the game in Week 5. He is their breakaway threat and dynamic back in the backfield who can also catch passes. He's got a very similar skill set to James Cook and is every bit as fast. So that's an extra concern. And I think Kayshon Boutte has emerged as a true deep threat for them, with 6 or 7 receiving touchdowns, and we know Drake May can put it on the money deep down the field. So it's another threat that you have to be mindful of.
And Keishon Butte, like with him, we're all kind of holding our breath to find out what the update is on Christian Benford. I mean, he's been spectacular last couple weeks. Last week, of course, the pick six, one of the great pick sixes and probably in Bill's history. But the injury he picks up to make him limited. If they're without Benford, all of a sudden, I feel like he's one of the few that would really potentially change the outcome of the game, given how New England can stretch the ball down the field.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Diggs had 10 catches for 146 yards the last time around, and knowing that Benford has followed the number one receiver of the opponent in 6 of the last 7 games in man coverage assignments, I was kind of wondering if Benford was going to be put on Diggs at times. Hopefully that's still an option for them. I will say Patriots are not super healthy either. They're going to be without their left tackle, Will Campbell, and their backup, Badarian Lowe, is a little nicked up right now and on the injury report too, and limited most of the week. And then their number one pass rusher, Harold Landry, went from limited to a non-participant yesterday with a knee injury, so that's something to keep an eye on. And then on top of that, Robert Spillane, their leading tackler, popped up on the injury report yesterday. It looks like he got injured in practice for the Patriots yesterday. So things to be keeping an eye on here as we get closer to game time.
Dalton Kincaid looked like he was good to go. We've seen the Bills passing game without him. And when he's in there, it feels like the Bills, as a structurally built passing attack, they look like they're more comfortable when Kincaid is out there. And he had 100 yards in the first matchup. Would expect a big game from him again here.
Yeah, logic would say that, right? And I think they may feel like they've uncovered something. Granted, they were going against a horrible defense last week in Cincinnati, but I think seeing Knox and Hawes and Kincaid all factor into the passing attack, I wouldn't be surprised if they work to incorporate them more in the overall game plan in addition to the running backs, because the Patriots' corners on the outside are pretty darn good, and you may have to look elsewhere to make gains in the passing game. And I think the tight ends and the backs will be a very big part of the game plan this week.
Chris Brown joining us on the Western Hotline ahead of Bills Patriots. Defensively, pass rush, that's the thing to watch here, right? Joe Burrow had lots of time to kind of carve up the secondary before making a couple mistakes, and we'll see about Joey Bosa, but Drake May is another one where they've got to not only try to find a way to get him off his spot, but if he breaks out of the pocket, like, he's a guy that can hurt them. So I wonder if we see them employ that 3-man rush with the spy, the mirror spy that they've used on Patrick Mahomes and a couple others, because May, of course, he's a guy that gets loose every once in a while.
He does. He would prefer to make plays from the pocket, but yes, you're 100% right. He can run around and make some stuff happen with his legs too. I think they'll use that at times. I don't think they're going to commit to it exclusively, whether that's down and distance situations that trigger the spy call or what have you. We'll have to see how they decide to play it, but I don't think it's something that they're going to be doing all the time, because as you know, when you do that, you take a defender out of the equation for the rest of your coverage.
Bills are always good in December, Chris. Is the best explanation that Josh Allen kind of saves his best for once we turn the calendar to the 12th month?
I think that's part of it. That's certainly part of it. And then I also think, the picture comes into clearer focus for everyone on the roster. What has to happen here? And I think the Bills know it's win now mode. They're still looking up at the Patriots, and they've got some ground to make up. And not only that, it is a very tightly packed wild card race. So every win is going to count big time here, and it could be the difference between playing the 2 seed or the 4 seed if you're still a wild card at the end of this thing. So I think they want to fight for as best a seed as they can possibly garner, and if they can stave off handing the division title over to the Patriots for one more week, I think they'd like to do that as well.
Chris Brown on the Western Hotline. Chris, did you have any fantasy teams with or against Kyle Pitts last night?
Thankfully, no.
Okay.
The crazy thing is, in my league, that guy was on waivers and available because he has been such a disappointment, right. And then he pops off last night. Crazy.
Yeah. Week 15 of a contract year. I mean, he might have made like $10 million just last night based on what happened in that game. All right, Chris. Well, safe travels, and we'll talk on Monday after Bills and Patriots.
Sounds good, guys. Have a good weekend.
All right, Chris Brown. His appearance here on Buffalo Bills Football Friday is brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com. By Northtown Volkswagen, West of New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com. And by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. Two quick notes I want to give you. One, yesterday we had the radio station, the company, the Radiothon at the SPCA. WBEN was out there and raised a lot of money thanks to everybody that was a part of it and donated. The SPCA Radiothon raised $132,000. So the Wolf and WBEN broadcasted live on site, and $132,000 in donations and money raised, which is more than the year before. So thanks to everybody for their part in that. And for anybody that took home a dog or a cat or whatever, one of the pictures had a goat. I don't know if the goat was available for adoption, but I got a picture of a goat in a sweater in my work email.
Hey,
you probably have it too. It's a goat.
It's a goat
with a Santa hat and a red sweater.
I do wonder now. Now I have questions. Was it up for adoption?
Is it legal to own a goat?
Did somebody adopt the goat? Probably legal to own a goat.
I would think it probably is.
Yeah, but I have enough questions now that this needs to be looked further into.
All right. It's Football Friday. I have to get out of here. Zach Jones coming in. Derek's going to hang out. They're going to roll you up to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. And then Sal takes over from there. Sean McDermott, Pat Hammer. But Football Friday continues just the same. Super Great American Football Friday. Frenzy, all that good stuff. And Sabres and what we got? Sabres and Kraken.
Sabres Kraken.
Sunday at 8 o'clock. So
got to catch Zach up on the last 2 weeks because he's been off in Disney World over there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So
out of town?
We got to catch him up on the world that's been going on.
What's the wildest thing that happened in the last 2 weeks?
I mean, one of Zach's biggest interests, college football, anything.
True.
Has been chaos these last 2 weeks.
What the wildest thing that happened in the last 2 weeks? Nah, I don't know.
That'll be
probably Christian Benford's pick 6.
Yeah,
it was nuts. All right. 803-0550. If you're on hold, stick with us. You can hang out here on WGR. Jeremy White here, telling you about pizza. Hey, Mafia family, are you ready?
I would say for Buffalo, if they lose this game on Sunday, Buffalo has been thinking about Kansas City for the last 5 years. And in 2025, if you lose 2 games to the Patriots, and now you're like, oh, we didn't win the division, we're a wild card team because now the Patriots are the team in this division, yeah, that's a real problem. They will have to reset.
If you're Buffalo, if you're that fan base, if you're that owner, the Pagulas, do you say, okay, we have to fumigate?
Do you have to fumigate?
Fumigate. I
All
feel
right.
like that was a flex.
I like that better than like, do we got a clean house or something? Do we have to fumigate?
NBC
I like
Sports
that.
Boston. That was Tom Curran, Michael Holley, the same ones infamously with the Buffalo's 9-month reign of the AFC East is over after the win game.
Win game. What a time.
Yeah,
What a time.
those takes are back from Boston. So really love to see that.
I mean, it's unsurprising. I mean, to be fair though, like, how are we feeling if they do lose both to New England? I don't think it's going to be that you need to tear it all down. I think, especially when you look around the rest of the AFC,
right?
I think Kansas City, even with Mahomes and Reed, are much closer to nope. We've got to rethink the whole thing, or we got to hope we nail this draft. Baltimore, a really talented team on paper. Less so on the field the last few years, it feels like, or at least sporadically the last few years. Definitely this one. Bengals certainly should think about just sell the team, sell to someone that actually wants to spend money. But yeah, I mean, it will be something. Like if they win the division on Sunday, it is something. I don't want to totally kick them or anything like that. It's just I've thought about this a lot the last few days because the Cincinnati game. I didn't get to watch a lot of it live.
No, you did not.
And so I'm catching up on my phone, on Twitter. I got to see a lot of the last 6 or 7 minutes of the fourth quarter, which, great. I got to see the stuff that really mattered.
You got to see all the fun stuff.
I got to see the fun stuff. But for a little while there, I was just like, it's a feeling I've had so much this year, which is frustrating because, man, if they win it all, I'm going to lie through my teeth about how I felt about this season. But I
just be real about it. Be like, I hated every second of it up until it finally happened.
90% of the season was just pulling teeth. But, I guess it's kind of where I was with Cincinnati, where I'm just like, yeah, of course, they're going to lose this game. It's going to continue to frustrate all of us. They don't have the horses on defense. They do not have a field stretcher on offense that, in terms of the vertical passing game. And then they won. And now I'm with Jeremy. I heard him saying it too. Like, if you beat New England on Sunday, I think you'll run the table. Like, the Eagles suck. Like, the Eagles are not good. Yeah. Cleveland is not good. Maybe there's really something there, and the 1 seed might still be alive. And I'm just like, how?
It's still
this
alive.
Whole season, I'm just like, how are we still here?
Jeremy did the math. There's a scenario where the Bills have a 45% chance at it. That's not terrible.
It's not awful.
Speaking of, Jeremy had to get out of here. So, Zach Jones, Derek Kramer, we're going to carry you the rest of the way here, leading into the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Jeremy and Joe with no Jeremy, no Joes either. We're Joeless here on WGR.
This is a big game. I will tell you, I've talked to people who live in New England who tell me in the Boston area, like, this game is massive for them.
Yeah.
Like, they are treating it.
It's almost too big,
like,
right?
It's,
Yeah,
it's
it's
weird.
almost too big.
Like, to me, it's weird because they've won all these championships. They're back to, hey, they're back to where they are, and it's great if you're a fan over there. I'm sure that's really super cool. I'll tell you this. I went on WEEI yesterday, and I did a spot for our sister station in Boston. And the first question they asked me, why do you think the Bills are favored in this game? I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm like, I guess it could go either way. I said, it's 1.5. I said, I'm not surprised. My answer was basically, well, the Bills have Josh Allen. They're still a really good team. And I said, I give the Patriots credit for keep winning, but they haven't beaten a ton of great teams, and they have a bit of a softer schedule, but they did beat the Bills. So, yeah, give them credit for that. But I don't know. I didn't think it was a big deal. But apparently they're playing this up in Boston like it's some huge huge disrespectful thing, not just in the Patriots locker room. I mean, like, the fans think this is some big affront to the Patriots that they're underdogs by 1.5 to the Bills.
Yeah. I think what it probably is for New England is they've probably heard all year long, yeah, your team's good, but still, who have you defeated?
Yeah.
Who have you beaten? And if they beat the Bills a second time, you kind of can't say that because, if it's who have you beaten and you can say the Bills twice, like that'll get the job done in terms of like, your resume is now something you could defend. So it means that. It means that they could sweep the Bills, which teams don't often do. As we head into, I know we're still a month away from the postseason, but I know you're all thinking about it. I know I'm thinking about it. How is this going to play out in the postseason? When we look at the AFC, the growing sentiment, our good buddy Nick Wright laid it out. He said basically if Josh Allen does not make the Super Bowl this year, it's a colossal failure. And that might be something you feel as well. Looking at the landscape, if we're only looking at quarterbacks, that probably feels right. Allen, and then the second best quarterback that's going to make the playoffs is likely Drake May. He's probably the second best guy they'll play. I don't know who the case would be for the other second best guy. If it's going to be Herbert, if the Chargers make it, or if Mahomes. If Mahomes gets in, the conversation's a little different, but not a lot because the Chiefs look really, really flawed. And I guess who's the pressure on right now? Who's the pressure on for them to do that, to make it? You could say Allen because these wins and losses and QB wins really come down to that, whether or not the quarterback gets the job done. But this defense has to give them a chance to win. So far, the defense has, in most games this year, given this offense a chance to win.
The Buffalo Bills will be wrapping up practice for the week later today as they get ready for their rematch with the New England Patriots on Sunday. The Barnes Firm Injury Report: injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. Christian Benford, a new addition to the injury report with a toe injury, officially limited in practice, along with Joey Bosa, Terrell Bernard, Spencer Brown, and Joshua Palmer. Around the NFL last night, the Atlanta Falcons defeating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 29-28. Kyle Pitts, 3 touchdowns in the victory for the Falcons. As for Tampa Bay, they fall to 7-7 and are now trailing the Carolina Panthers in the NFC South by half a game. Carolina takes on the New Orleans Saints on Sunday. Steelers pass rusher TJ Watt was admitted to a Pittsburgh hospital as there's further evaluation going on for an issue with his lung. The Steelers announcing that yesterday. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin telling reporters that Watt's status is up in the air for Monday night. To hockey, the Buffalo Sabres winning their second in a row on the road, 3-2 over the last place Vancouver Canucks last night. Rasmus Dahlin, Tage Thompson, Zach Benson all scoring for the Sabres. Alex Lyon, 30 saves in the win. They'll close out their road trip on Sunday night against the Seattle Kraken. This holiday season, we are kicking off Mission Give Where You Live to benefit Buffalo City Mission. It's powered by NYSEG. Going on now through December 19th, you can donate brand new sweatshirts, sweatpants, hats, gloves, scarves, and non-perishable food items to help keep our community warm and fed. Just stop by any Dashes Market location and drop off your donation to the Mission Give Where You Live donation bin. If you're shopping online, you can still help out and give through the Buffalo City Mission's Amazon wish list. It's sponsored by the Barnes Firm and Dashes Market. You can get more details on our website at WGR550.com. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Derek Kramer for WGR Sports Radio 550.
The people in Las Vegas have you guys as underdogs Sunday night.
Who are the people, Ben?
I guess the odds makers.
There you go.
The odds
They are. They're called odds makers.
Odds makers.
There's a lot of people in Las Vegas. There's only a few of them that they trust to set the line.
Do you pay attention to that? I mean...
No, again, it gets brought to attention. I don't think that in this league that records really don't mean anything. The point spreads and survivor pools get blown up every week and all that other stuff. So we're just trying to focus on our preparation here and get back into it.
Nope, not just the odd makers. We the people. We the people declare that New England is the underdog. That is how it is. It's the right of the people.
Plebs getting involved.
Mostly because the rest of the country is not ready for New England to be back on top again. So, no, that's probably just how it's going to have to be. Deal with it, Patriots fans. I can't do.
I just don't like really when any Boston team is good because
I can't do this again.
It's both arrogance, but also like it's all justified. Like they have a ton of titles.
I know,
a lot of their young adults have never really dealt with like a bad city of teams. Like New York City fans, in a bad spot. The Mets keep losing people. The Yankees are kind of like, they're up and down if they're going to be really good or kind of overrated at best. The Giants and the Jets are offensive to NFL football. They've got nothing in college. Where are we at with the Islanders? It's Long Island. It depends on who you ask.
Matthew Schaefer looks good.
About them? Matthew Schaefer looks good. Rangers. The Knicks.
Rangers can't win a game at home for the life of them.
That's not good. But Boston fans, like they have like somewhat of like that justifiable arrogance. And like the Patriots were like the last team to show up to being really good in the Boston area.
Still not ready for that. By the way,
I don't want it at all.
Jeremy and Joe with no Jeremy, no Joe for this last hour. We are Joe-less today, as a matter of fact. Jeremy had to take off, but Zach Jones is here. I've been hanging out. We've got Owen Parker here. Dan Dale's on the board. We are getting through it. We're fighting through the last day of the week here for Jeremy and Joe. So, Zach, a lot has happened since you've been gone.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping it would be a quiet, like, week and some change.
Not at all. Not at all.
And even some of the stuff, too, like, arrived, like, as I'm waiting in the airport to go home.
Yep.
Which, boy, the stuff in Michigan with Sharon Moore.
Michigan, yeah, that.
I was telling you and Jeremy on Jeremy's way out, I was like, yeah, like, I'm in the TSA line. I'm getting ready to get, we're getting out of there. Get the notification Sharon Moore's out. I'm like, oh, 9-4. Maybe they really, it's kind of one of those things where, you're not it. Thank you, but no thank you. And they did it after signing day, too, which I was like, okay, that's a little interesting. Put my phone away, read a little bit in the airport, got some food, and we go off. We land. I checked two things. One, the St. Bonaventure score when they were playing Colgate. They were down, and they won, so big on them. Second thing was, I got a lot of notifications of college football. Why? What happened?
Everything happened. Everything happened. Notre Dame started pouting, crossing their arms after not getting into the college football playoff, which was already surprising in itself. The reaction has been... the
reaction was fun.
Fun.
It's fun.
I will say I don't like it. I think they're doing themselves no favors in this sort of thing, but... it's definitely a story, though. Yeah. I could say the least.
Real quick on Notre Dame. Here's my thing. Stop playing the ACC schedule. Get away from that husk of a conference.
Yeah, that
Florida State and Clemson aren't even any good. Miami,
Duke won it.
Yeah, Duke won it. Miami, fine.
The sound that
I'm cool with the going back to the heydays of that rivalry, Catholics versus convicts. However you feel about, you feel about that whole rivalry and the naming of it. That's still an iconic moment in college football. But grow up, play the Big Ten. You
have so many rivalries with them.
Yeah. Well, now Indiana is going to be actually interesting. Michigan is a long-term rivalry with them. You can't tell me you don't want to play in Ohio State or Ohio State come to you week 1 or week 2 to set up a big schedule, because ultimately and I'm saying this as a Texas fan too. It's not the big losses that are killing you.
It's the little ones.
It's the little ones. Texas. It's not that you lost to Ohio State and at Georgia. It's that you lost to a 4-win Florida team. For Notre Dame, though, it's not really that you just lost to Miami and to A&M. It's the fact that who did you play after that was any good?
Hey, you're telling me 2-10 Purdue's not moving the needle?
I know. It's surprising to all. But yeah, so the Michigan stuff was crazy, and we're still getting more details about what's going on there. I'm curious to see who they hire there. I did listen to a little bit of Josh Pate, who has his own YouTube show. He's been on The Herd as well. He's been on ESPN.
He's been everywhere as of late because so much is happening in college football.
And really good for him. I prefer him over some of the older guys, Paul Feinbaum and such. I think he's a really great voice in the college football space. But I think he had mentioned, too, that it's been rumbling for a little while with Michigan. They probably have the name they want to go for. So curious to see who they do go get, because really the key with bringing Moore in was he was a Harbaugh guy.
Mm-hmm.
He was the interim coach and Harbaugh was suspended. He was going to keep the train on the tracks.
Right.
Yes, it's NIL, but he does get Bryce Underwood, who's one of the best prospects, recruits in high school, gets him to come play quarterback. He's a true freshman. He's a huge guy, raw as hell, but big guy, a lot of talent. So curious to see what goes on there. And then, of course, the Bills game, where, for half of it I'm going, they just don't got the horses. And then Christian Benford has really turned it on over the last month and some change.
Second straight game with a touchdown.
Yeah, and he looks to be a lockdown player. And, correct me if I'm wrong, it even got to the point, too, where he actually was on Chase most of the game. They actually did have him shadowing him.
Eventually.
And that was a little bit of surprise, but it worked. And he's looked amazing. And now I won't be surprised if he gets a Pro Bowl nod or even a quiet All-Pro nod. 'Cause you mentioned, 2 straight games with a touchdown. That moves the needle.
But now toe injury.
Yeah, of course. Because
course.
It's the Bills' 2025 season, and whenever a defensive player starts to really show signs of hey, come hell or high water, I'm going to fix this defense. No, you're not. You're hurt.
No, you're not. Get out.
Yeah, get out of here. Ed Oliver, with seemingly he really grabbed onto something early in the year.
3 sacks in the 3 games he
played. Michael Hoyt for 6 quarters, 7 quarters, whatever it was.
2 sacks.
Looked to be amazing. And the guy that was going to get the pass rush really going, nope, you're hurt.
Yep.
You're done.
Oh,
it's been an insane run of injuries on that defense.
It has been. And I like that Jeremy was making sure to bring that up a couple times today of he wants to give McDermott some flowers for helping out with it. And Babbage deserves a little credit here too. McDermott's helped out with the play calling, but obviously it's a collaborative work that the defense is doing what it can with paper clips and scotch tape. That's pretty much what's going on here this year with the Bills defense, and they are getting results. As a matter of fact, you turn to probably 3 of the 4 losses and you go, the offense didn't complement you.
Offense.
The offense didn't get it done for you.
I heard the caller mention the in-game adjustments, and I was glad Jeremy jumped in and disagreed on it, because I'm that's been my biggest takeaway from this season, is that these second-half adjustments on defense in particular have been kind of trying to save the game in a sense for the Bills when their offense couldn't get it going. I mean, they're getting carved up against Atlanta. They gave up 3 points in the entire second half.
Yeah, they looked
and it's just one of those examples. But, even this past, week where Burrow looks untouchable, and then they're able to get a few of the, it's the McDermott Bills defense takeaways. It's what they do. I get it. But it's still, they're making plays. And you mentioned they're doing with scotch tape, staples, and the power of friendship. It's really what it's going on here now.
Power of friendship.
And maybe the way the NFL is going this year, maybe that's all you need. Because I am still waiting for a team to really just be nope, we're the best. And I thought it was for the Rams for a little while, but they lost to Carolina. Stafford, the moment I believed in him to be the MVP, looked very mortal. Kansas City looks terrible. Just flat out. Kansas City can be eliminated from the playoffs this week. It's going to take, I think 4 results.
There's 4 results that have to happen, but
they could be eliminated before Christmas. Baltimore.
Yes.
The moment, and this, of course, comes after the Bills play Pittsburgh, where you emasculate them. You do exactly what Baltimore did in the playoffs, where you're just we're going to run all over you in your city.
We're going to call the same play 26 times.
And you're thinking Pittsburgh's dead. There's no shot here. Nope. Baltimore right back to what they had the previous years, which was they can't figure out Pittsburgh. Everyone thought they figured it out last year. Justifiably, it looked like they did. Now all of a sudden we're right back to it. Nah, they didn't. and Pittsburgh's back in front of the division. It's incredible. I'm both loving every second of this NFL season, like as a fan, because I just don't know where it's going to go. But as a fan of a team that is one of those big dogs hunting for their first championship, boy, is it painful.
Speaking of hunting for first championships, Phillip Rivers is back.
Grandpa. He's a grandfather.
Grandfather is going to play.
It's awesome.
For the first time in 5 years, at 44 years old, against the Seahawks defense.
Yeah, it's going to go bad.
It's going to go poorly, but I'm so excited and terrified at the same time for him.
He's going to smile the whole time and then take one hit and just be like, "Oh, wow, I made a bad decision here."
Maybe we'll finally hear him cuss. I don't know, but
yeah, I mean,
Todd Bowles did it 12 times with one answer last night.
He did do that. Well,
yeah, that was incredible.
Don't give up. What was it? 7% of Kyle Pitts' total fantasy points of his entire career in one game. Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that,
and you'll probably win the game.
Don't give up the first down on 3rd and 28 to 4th and 14.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do that either. So
the swearing's probably justifiable. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yes and no.
It might be there. It might be there. That's
Jeremy and I talked about this of effectively Todd Bowles starts blaming the players on this and not really taking the accountability. Baker Mayfield says it's on me. And
the typical quarterback answer.
And Todd Bowles goes, "Yeah, you're right. It's on
100%, dog.
It's on you guys. I didn't do this.
Thank God you said it first.
I didn't do this bleeping bleep, bleepity bleep bleep bleep." Yeah. So no, the guy who had a losing season with Tom Brady as his quarterback, it was the last of Brady, but still,
he's still playing well.
Still 8-9, still counts. It's just all right. The Magic's run out there, and I think Bulls has been holding them back too. I think they can be a better team.
There's probably something to that. I think they have some of the best management in the sport.
Yes.
Like Tampa is consistently very, very talented. I think there is something to Bulls, though, is I think just a good enough coach.
Yes.
Which, good enough, like what they've won the division 4 straight years, right? Like they have won playoff games, what have you. They have also really struggled this year. Yes, they dealt with a lot of injuries, but that season has tailspinned.
Yeah, and
into what it is now.
All of a sudden, you're trailing Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So,
don't start praising Bryce Young. He will bite you.
I'm not going to start.
3 picks incoming.
Hang on, though. Yeah, I'm going to do it. Good for Carolina.
Good for Carolina.
Good for Carolina. I love this for them right now.
As they lose 45-10, and Bryce Young has a completion percentage of 7.
If they lose 45-10 to the Saints, they deserve every bit of it that's coming to them.
Spencer Rattler, baby. Tyler Shuck, one of them.
It's Shuck.
It is Shuck.
It's not Rattler anymore.
One of them.
It's Shuck.
Spencer Rattler package. There we go.
Oh
we'll have the running package.
I mean, if we get to 45-10, it might be both of them.
Oh, man.
But
the NFC South.
The NFC South, tale as old as time right now. Tampa Bay has been, and Bowles himself has been feeding on a bad division for years, actually.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
So maybe there's something to that. Again, so much has been going on here, Zach, that we had to get through all of that there. The Sabres, they go out west. They start terribly. They've won 2 in a row now.
Zach Benson scores his first goal of the season.
Exactly.
Terrible. I did not want him to score once this year. I wanted all assists.
You wanted like the 60.
That's exactly what I wanted.
You wanted the 69 assist, no goals campaign?
That's exactly what I wanted.
Yep.
I was having so much fun. I mean, good for him, though. They got the 3-2 wins. That's big for him.
Big for him. The Sabres, Owen, Jeremy, and I, we talked about this of like, is it potentially dangerous if they win 3 in a row here and then they don't move on potentially? There's rumors swirling around about do they move on from the GM? We don't know what's going on there, but there's a lot of chatter going on all of a sudden. The minute an insider finds something and says it, though, everyone's going to be putting their ear to the ground.
Oh, and they should, yeah.
So who knows what's going on there? I mean, from what I know, I saw people tracking private jets yesterday, too.
Good.
So
that's very college football.
Yes.
And I like that. You need that intensity in a fan base. We don't see it a lot in the States. You see it sometimes in European sports where the ultras are crazy and it gets very political and it's a lot of fun. When you're watching from the outside because you're like, oh, that's not. I can be less serious about this. The fan protests and what have you. When we're tracking flights, yeah, baby. Now we're in.
Now we're into it. So, yeah, Everything's been going on. Zach, I've been wanting to ask you this.
Mhm.
You have been away, so I haven't bothered you with it because you're on vacation. I don't want to ask you, like, Zach, what do you think about 10 teams skipping out of bowl games and what's going on with college football? So now that you're back and you're back on the clock, Zach, what do you think about 10 teams skipping out on bowls? And is college football dealing with a real problem here?
Well, look, college football is always going to be dealing with a real problem as long as they don't actually have a governing force. And the NCAA is not that. Like, my big thing with college sports in general, and really when I say that, I do mean the big two, college basketball, college football. They're the big money makers. And really, if they're fixed, everything else is going to be fixed. I know trickle-down economics did not technically work in the real world. This kind of, I think, would. But on that point, I think there needs to be more of a governing base, especially with college football. It is, for much of our lives and really most of probably our listeners' lives, college football is very regionalized.
Yes.
And that even got to like the detriment of the sport, where for most of my life, it was only Southern teams winning the national title. Ohio State would jump in real quick to win one and then go away. Notre Dame hasn't won, I think, since 88 or 90, something along those lines. And so there really hasn't been that team to really do anything special. And so it got regionalized. And it's very political. Like I mentioned, like the tracking, planes and stuff like that. It can be very crazy.
Yep.
I will say this about 10 teams skipping bowl games. Who cares?
Really?
Have they really ever been that good of games? For smaller teams, yes. You be making a bowl game is huge. That's awesome. And you want them to win that. More revenue share, what have you. For the big teams.
You're telling me you're not feeling disrespected that 5-7 Rutgers decided, nah, I'm good.
I know, right? I mean, guys, come on. You could almost get to 500 with a win. Like, come on. Like, why aren't you?
Why are you not participating? Is kind of like that one's baffling to me. Some of them with the coaching changes, like Iowa State.
Right. They're like,
Matt
dude,
Campbell
we got other things to do. Yeah, we got other things we need to worry about.
We've got other things to do. But I do wonder, though, like the locker rooms of these 10 teams, like how much of the locker rooms had a say in each situation?
I hope a lot, and because that's the one thing.
I'm worried about.
I will sit there is the senior that doesn't realize he just played his last game. Right, that's the one I'm worried about. That's the person that I'm worried about, is that he didn't just realize, in the moment, didn't realize that was it. That was the last game.
I've got the Notre Dame AD spouting off about the ACC this and college football playoff that, and like, I do wonder, did the locker room have a say on that?
I'd like to think they did.
I would like to think they did, but I would bet you it's not unanimous. Like, you probably say it. You probably say it at some point in the locker room of like, once you hear where it's going, but there's probably like some dude stewing.
All right. I have no chance going to the NFL.
I have no chance.
I'm
this
a
was the last
senior
game.
Yeah, and this was it, and I didn't even realize it.
Stewing, probably.
Right. And that's who I feel bad for. But in terms of the bowl games as its entirety,
first of all, how dare you decline the Pop-Tarts Bowl?
I know.
That, like, Notre Dame, who do you think you are?
But in all honesty, like, how much do we really care? Like, for all of college football's history, we've cared about the New Year's Six, right? The big ones, the ones that are the Cotton Bowl and the Orange Bowl, Fiesta, what have you. The quote-unquote national championship, and then eventually we did actually get a national championship game. Those are the ones we care about. Now that we have the 12-team playoff, guys, those are the games we cared about. They're now just called playoff games, not bowl games.
Right.
And there's more of them.
There's more.
I don't really care if a team doesn't want to play a bowl game. I never cared if a player didn't want to play in a bowl game either and get hurt and essentially it's just a very expensive exhibition. I never cared. For me, what I want, though, is guidelines in college football. We talked about this right before I left. The schedule is a disaster. We just mentioned it. Iowa State is now sitting there scrambling after just having their best period in history, and it wasn't an uber successful period because it's Iowa State football, not basketball. But Matt Campbell was an incredible coach for them, and gone. He's gone off to Penn State, and we've passed signing day, and the transfer portal window is going to open up here real soon. That needs to stop. That needs to change. I think Nick Saban said this on one of the game days. It may have been him, it may have been somebody else. But they mentioned more along the lines of, like, there needs to be something like the NFL, like where we have Black Monday, where the Monday after the NFL season, regular season is over, a bunch of teams lose their coaches. And then there's also a period of like, but if you want one of the coordinators, the playoff teams, you're going to have to go through a process here. It has stressed out fans more than anything of like, what do you mean this guy can interview? We're in the middle of a playoff.
Right.
guys, it's a very quick process.
It's
Most of these guys
process.
are prepared for it. It's not this incredible in-depth thing of like it's taking all this time away. They know what they're going to talk about. They know what they're going to offer. These guys know their resume. They kind of really, I think, more just want to like see how you present yourself and what your actual plan is and go from there.
Yeah,
but
so-
there needs to be structure in there because there is too much of a shotgun approach. Like Michigan fires their coach right after signing day, and now there's wondering, is Bryce Underwood going to hit the transfer portal? Is that roster going to get gutted? And you see these teams like there is almost no avenue for them to help themselves for the next year. They're just dead, and there is no draft. Right? It's not like we'll hit bottom and we'll go up. You hit bottom, you might be staying there.
Meanwhile, with Michigan, I think that one's a different one because now you're just looking at the rest of that saga and how it's currently turning out, and it's like, oh boy, this is not great.
Right.
Don't love any of this. So yeah, I mean, it's something I had to ask you. I've been sitting on this for a couple of weeks, so welcome back, Zach.
Also, Notre Dame playing a conference. I just want to see them in the Big Ten. I know the history of being an independent, and look, Notre Dame is all history. Don't get me wrong. I mentioned their last national championship was in the 80s. But come on, be in the Big Ten. Like, you are a Big Ten school. You're in that part of the country. It's one of two conferences. Pick. SEC, Big Ten. The others, garbage.
I mean, even if you join the ACC, even if you were to join the ACC, which, by the way, all of your sports teams except for two are in the ACC.
I know.
Football and hockey. Just do it.
Which, stop that. Get out of that husk of a conference.
I'm saying be the conference.
Oh, just lean into what the rest of the school is already doing.
The rest of the school is already there.
Mm-hmm.
Just do it. And then, by the way, if you win the ACC championship, maybe all of a sudden you're not being denied for the season that you had.
Well, it does also seem like they had a loophole in their contract, right? 2026, if they're in the top 12, they get preferential treatment over the group of five, which, of course they do. I know people are not going to like hearing that, but I talked about this with the NCAA tournament in college basketball. People love to spout out how much they love Cinderellas until they get to the Sweet 16. Then all of a sudden it's like, ooh, where's my Dukes? Where's my Kentuckys? Where's my North Carolinas? I think the same thing is true in college football of Tulane should be in there. What do you mean they're playing? I don't want to watch them. They're not good. Yep. I don't want to watch them get stomped out 45-10. And look, whichever way you're at, I don't care. That's fine. Enjoy sports as you want to enjoy them. I'm just acknowledging that the ratings show a lot of people really do want the big brands. In part because many people believe those are the teams that are actually going to win the national title, right? We all kind of know Tulane, James Madison do not have any chance of winning the national title. I'll also tell you, though, probably 10 of the 12 teams don't really have a chance at winning the national title.
Right.
That's been true forever in college football.
Even within the 4-team playoff, that's kind of been the truth as well. So,
yeah.
Oh, well. 803-0550, the number to call. We come back, we'll do some super great American football frenzy for you here. Jeremy and Joe, except it's Derek Kramer and Zach Jones hanging out with you here. Thanks for hanging with us.
Sean McDermott's not going to be any candidate for Coach of the Year, and I think that's probably right. You've got a lot of coaches that are overachieving, which is what that award is for. And when you have Josh Allen and you're in the wild card spot, no one's going to think you're a Coach of the Year candidate. But you kind of have to be honest about it and say, I think looking at it, that they've done a nice job given the hand that they've been dealt. With injuries, with young draft picks hoping to come in, with second-year player, Cole Bishop is the top of the list here. The guys that have come in and been able to hold this defense together. We probably didn't think Shaq Thompson and Jordan Poyer were going to be the two key pieces to holding this defense together, but here we are. Right? It's not gone well for the spine of their defense, Terrell Bernard, Taylor Rapp. But they found the answers, and they coach it up. What's the defensive line look like? No Ed Oliver. Injuries up and down that line. I've got practice squad elevations week in and week out. And the last couple weeks, they've had answers to the run problems. Maybe that's just because of Shaq Thompson, who is, again, a surprise here. So it's Bills Patriots Sunday. I feel good about their chances because of two things. And that's number one, of course, Josh Allen. He's Superman. And number two is that so far, more often than not, this defense has at least had a half where the offense can run away with a lead or the offense is able to come back and put it away. Like I guess I've got what McDermott might call complementary football. I don't have the Texans' defense. I certainly don't have the Texans' talent on defense. And if they did, what do you think it would look like? Wouldn't it look a lot like what the Texans are doing? One of the things about the Texans is they don't disguise a lot. They just kind of run out there and show you what they're going to do, and they beat you up. And they're a nasty defense. 2 premier corners, 2 premier pass rushers. They get the job done. And for McDermott, he's got, boy, Benford's down. It's Tre'Davious White and rookie Max Hairston and Dean Jackson and Taron Johnson. And in the secondary, I got second-year player Cole Bishop and practice squad elevation now to the 53, Jordan Poyer. Like, I'm just holding it together. If they find ways to win games, playoff games, anything, we might end up seeing the Bills make the playoffs, the Bills make the Super Bowl, which many Bills fans still think is, yeah, they're vibing that. I put up a Twitter poll yesterday about that. And McDermott, I think, just deserves a lot of credit from that.
Football. Super great American football Friday frenzy.
There it is. Bringing out the scaff for a Football Friday here for you. By the way, Football Friday brought to you by Salino Law. Car crash, call Salino. Call the 8s, and by Crosby Pizzas and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. Zach, the Bills, it's not mathematically dead. the 1 seed.
No, it's not, which is very exciting.
It's not dead. So there's a couple things that would need to happen in that sort of scenario. But if we look around the league, there's plenty of intrigue going on, though, within the rest of the league in terms of playoff races, everything else of the like. Teams trying to stay alive, teams hopefully getting kicked out, like the Kansas City Chiefs. So why don't we go ahead and get into it?
I'll tell you right now, I'm still stunned Bills-Patriots is a 1 o'clock game. Especially looking at what the Sunday night slate is, which is J.J. McCarthy Vikings against, albeit an exciting Dallas team, but not a particularly great Dallas team.
Well, you don't want to see 9 on prime time?
But you would have thought they would have moved Bills-Patriots in there. It might
Dolphins
be for the division.
Steelers is the Monday night game, by the way.
Goodness. Bringing back awful memories with that one. But and mainly is because I also do want to check out Ravens-Cincinnati. You know, we're already talking about Kansas City potentially missing the playoffs. They play the Chargers also, I think, at 1 o'clock as well. No,
yes.
Yeah, 1 o'clock as well. Yeah. Good Lord.
Chargers and Chiefs is 1 o'clock for 2 West teams?
It's weird. But there's and this is what I meant by, like, I'm both immensely frustrated by this Bills season, but also obviously still very captivated by it because who in the AFC is really distancing themselves? The Bills on the road are a 1-point favorite. Take that for what you will. It's still only a point. But that kind of tells you how the odd makers actually feel about this New England Patriots team, which they have ultimately won their games, but it's been against a last place schedule. They're not getting a ton of takeaways, by the way. That's something we maybe should bring up before we're done here. They got 3 against the Bills last time they played. They haven't really done that since. They're near like kind
Chris
of like
Brown brought that up earlier.
Yeah, they're near like kind of sort of not the bottom half of the league, but definitely not near the top where the Bills are. And so it's if you're a Patriots fan, if you're the Patriots, you kind of can't bank on having 3 turnovers again. And even then, you only won by 3, and it took end of the game drive kind of deal. Bills are somewhat healthy on offense. If they have all 3 tight ends, I think they're a genuinely different unit. I'm not saying it's what I prefer. I think they though are just a much better unit than what they can be, even when they're missing guys like Josh Palmer. But I look at like Baltimore, Cincinnati. Cincinnati's offense is humming.
They're fun.
They're fun. Defense sucks. They don't have Trey Hendrickson.
Why? What happened?
But Baltimore's defense also is not good. And Lamar Jackson, clearly there is something wrong this year. He is not healthy. He has not looked right really 90% of the season.
Hopefully, if you face Kyle Pitts, by the way, in fantasy football, and you have a Baltimore tight end, either Andrews or Likely, this is a great day to hope that you can make up some of that ground because Zach, the Bengals are catastrophically bad at covering tight ends, and we all saw it last week.
Unsurprising, yep.
2 Bills tight ends have touchdowns. Dawson Knox leads the way in receiving yards. He had 6 catches for 94. Like, it was brilliant day for Knox.
Knox never does that.
Right.
Like, even in his breakout year, it was like, I had 3 catches. 2 of them were for touchdowns, though, and both went over 30 yards.
First play was a play action that flips the field right away, and it's like, okay, they really are that bad at this.
Yeah, he's not a volume tight end, but you're right. Like, against Cincinnati, I guess he can be. That game will just be fun to kind of keep an eye on, but I think it would have been more fun a few weeks ago if you still believed in Baltimore's offense, and I don't. I at least this year, I don't really believe in Lamar Jackson and what he's able to do. I think he's hurt. I think that season is kind of burning out.
Defense.
And it's the thing, though, is that Cincinnati's defense is so bad, it's kind of a get-right game, right? And we'll also see that about the Bills as well. The offense looked great last week. How's it look against New England, albeit without Milton Williams? And you can probably run the ball on them as well. They've not been good at covering the run the last month or so without Milton Williams. And, yeah, I mean, we've seen how the Bills' defense operates without a few of their big guys. Like, that can really affect how you operate. But I'm curious, really, in the AFC matchups. And then, of course, I mentioned Kansas City and the Chargers. Namely, with Kansas City, they lose. Now we're paying attention to, I think, 3 other matchups. I don't have them.
Bills, Texans are required to win.
Okay.
And I think Indianapolis also has to get a win against Seattle.
Okay.
Because if the Chiefs lose, the Chargers will have won as well. So what it is that every team ahead of them in the wild card race would have won, which then puts it to, you're out of time.
Yeah.
Oh, and you lost. So actually that furthers the distance everyone had, and you're out of time, which would then be the official put it into the ground Kansas City Chiefs getting back to the Super Bowl for a fourth year in a row. So
they are 5.5-point favorites, mainly because the Chargers' offensive line is dreadful. They've dealt with a lot of injuries. Have we hit the point, though, with the Chiefs that, like, we don't really fear them that much
I
this
don't
year?
expect them to win 4 in a row to close the season. I don't. They're not that good.
But I right before I went on vacation, like, I was going back and forth with a listener of just, basically, like, if they get in, they're the class of the AFC, them in Buffalo. I'm like, I don't really think that this year at all. It's not that I think the AFC has, like, a class, really. I think most of the NFL is pretty pedestrian this year. There's really no great team. We're not going to leave this year, I don't think, with any team going like, man, that's one of the all-time greats, isn't it? No, I think it's just going to be someone has to be crowned a champion by the end of it, and someone's going to have probably 13 wins to do it kind of deal. But I look at this Chiefs team. They're bad. Like, even with Rashee Rice, like, their receivers are not very good. We've obviously mentioned the Worthy topic to depth, but, like, I heard Greg Cosell talking with Colin Cowherd about this, and, like, they don't even have a vertical game. Like, I've mentioned that a lot, where I like the threat he offers. Like, there is something to that of you have to play back. He is so fast, and he can kill you when they hit it, which is, like, almost never. There's no vertical passing game there. I think his size is playing a factor. He cannot get open off the line of scrimmage.
He's just a gadget guy at this point.
He is a gadget player. Yeah, so far. The Chargers, I mentioned their offensive line, and that's not getting any better. Both Alt and Slater are out for the year. Cincinnati's not going to be in it. Their defense also basically took them out of it early anyways. Baltimore, we mentioned their defense, kind of the same thing.
But they still have at least a path to the postseason.
They do still have a path. Denver, we're all kind of still waiting to see, like, if Bo Nix is just Mac Jones with wheels or something more.
No, they've got Green Bay this weekend, and that's not an easy task, especially with how inconsistent their offense is and how Bo Nix is seemingly drive to drive, flipping a coin on if he's good or not.
Green Bay on the road, they're 2.5-point favorites.
Yeah,
I think that
makes sense.
I think that kind of tells you too, like, how people feel about that is just no. Like, Green Bay's the better team. They have the better quarterback. Who else am I missing in the AFC? Pittsburgh, no, get out of here, garbage.
Jacksonville is the one that, and that would be really
Jacksonville's
annoying.
the weird one in the sense that the Bills can't beat anyone in the AFC South.
They have the soft schedule
Yeah.
to end the year that other teams don't. Indianapolis has a buzzsaw, for example. Baltimore does not have a nice schedule. There's a couple of them that it's like, okay, you've got a problem actually when it comes to your schedule to end the year. Indianapolis probably being the worst one. But Jacksonville, no, not really. You have a matchup with the Broncos, but there's the Titans, there's the Jets are in there. It's a nice little patty cake to end the year for them. It would be very frustrating to see, like, if Buffalo were to win out, for example, have a real striking chance at the 1 seed, and then
it's
Jacksonville with their better conference record, and you're just like,
which, like, yeah, like, that would be how the AFC has been, where it's like, if it's not going to be Baltimore or Kansas City, it's the Tennessee Titans.
You're telling me the
not
AFC South is going to claim the 1 seed here?
Well,
what
yeah.
happened last time that happened?
No, right, exactly. Like, it's like when it's not Baltimore or Kansas City these last few years, it's Tennessee, and they're clearly not good, So it would make a lot of sense where it's like, Kansas City's out of the playoffs, Baltimore's out of the playoffs. Buffalo get the 1 seed. Who did? Oh, Jacksonville. Yeah, of course they did. It's the AFC South playing themselves, and it's not a particularly good conference division. But it also is. Houston is going to be a team now that's, I think, going to linger with me for a while. The Bills can't win there. Whenever Allen plays this defense, it is a bad showing by the offense. They have a chance to win it, no doubt, but it's ultimately a really bad game by the offense as a whole, and maybe even Allen in particular. I don't really have any aspirations to play that defense again, although C.J. Stroud isn't lighting anybody up. But yeah, when you look at the playoffs,
Arizona though.
Yeah, I know.
My God.
But when you do go to the playoffs, it is the quarterbacks. And now we're here at the end of the season, like when college football, it's November. Like, that's where champion. There's probably smoke there of he's Mac Jones with wheels. Which, yeah, you can still win with that. Absolutely.
You can still win with that. I do think that Denver does, that's being shown to the majority of the country. But Indianapolis, they're free falling. The collapse has happened for them. When we were all asking, what are you to start the year? Well, it turns out we found out what they are, which is not all that good.
No, it's not that long ago.
Maybe
the AFC
a playoff
South
team.
looked, yeah, right. And it's not that long ago. The AFC South, it was like, all right, the Colts got it. It's not mathematically official, but, like, they're going to get it.
And the Texans started 0-3.
Yeah, and realistically, it was the trade for Sauce Gardner. Like, from then on, it's been a disaster. And I feel for Colts fans. Like, there's no ill will there, but it's just like there is such that high, that euphoric feeling of our team made a big move. Like we as Bills fans are sitting there clamoring for anything. Even the morsel, if we tried, pisses us off because we've been waiting so long for anything. And the Colts taste a little bit of success once, right? They got the new owners. It's Irsay's daughters, and they go for it. And it's like, that probably won't work, but it's cool that you tried.
But it's fun that
you
gave
tried.
a swing at it.
And you know what? Maybe at least this year it might work. Long term, it's probably going to hurt you, but maybe this year it'll work because Daniel Jones is cooking. Jonathan Taylor looks like he's going to run away with Offensive Player of the Year. Here we go. And like you mentioned, it's free falling. I mean, Daniel Jones now is probably going to miss a good portion of next year as well. They were losing games before he went down. Now we're calling out 44-year-old grandpa Phillip Rivers. I don't even say this as a joke. He literally is a grandpa. He hasn't played in 5 years.
That's the part that's really troubling.
You're playing
to me.
Seattle. I mean, if he wins, he could have a crappy stat line. If they win, it's Hallmark Disney Channel type stuff. Like that is a movie. I can't imagine how this goes well. I like the story that, with his son's high school team, they were running the Colts offense, so it's a quick, jaunt for him to get back into it. I like that. That's cool. Let's be honest here. It's a disaster and it's a tire fire. And it's going to be one of the worst collapses we've seen in a long time, in part because unlike the Steelers from a few years ago where they started 11-0, but we all kind of knew they were kind of garbage,
Yep.
A lot of the Colts' underlying stats were, no, they're awesome. We're just kind of waiting for Daniel Jones to be Daniel Jones again. But based off the last few years.
It takes the fractured leg to really hamper him.
Because the last few years it's shown us, hold your horses on these quarterbacks being a finished product 3 years, 4 years in. Darnold is the latest of that. Baker Mayfield is that. We've had a few of these guys arrive and be
Geno Smith before that in Seattle.
Right, Geno Smith in Seattle. And we've had a few of these guys kind of like, no. Our careers aren't written yet. And you thought Daniel Jones is just the next guy. And maybe he was. Right? Maybe it does take the injury. He was showing a little bit of signs before that. But it's been a total free fall for them in every way. I don't even think they're a particularly untalented roster. I really like the roster. It has just now been they're losing games. The quarterback went down, and they've had to go to the well. I mean, to the point where it's kind of so embarrassing, the guy they went for. Cam Newton spouting off about it, going like, I would have come out of retirement for this, which, way to make it about yourself, Cam.
Come on, man.
I'm a big fan, but, what are we doing here?
What are we doing?
However, he maybe has an argument because he's like, seriously? He's 44 years old. He hasn't played in 5 years. What are we doing here?
At least there's a logical reason with Rivers, which is, he has the playbook. He literally has the playbook. He's running it with a high school team. He has the playbook. So there's at least something there. But also, you mentioned Cam Newton, though. I think about Riley Leonard himself in this situation.
I was going to mention him because he did have a full practice yesterday.
He's been full practice, both practice. Yep. Full participant in both practices, this week. I do wonder, though, where it's just like, it's a slap in the face at that point right away for you. Like, you got to play 3 quarters of football, and they already went to a 44-year-old man that has not played in 5 years.
Oh, man.
I don't care if he's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. He's literally foregoing that to replace you immediately. It's not like it's going to take him a couple games to get up to speed. It seems like from everything that we're seeing, it's going to be right off the rip. And I do not know how I feel about that. And if I'm Riley Leonard, I do know how I feel about that, which is
cut me.
Insert Todd Bowles clip.
Yeah,
that's the amount of bleeps that I'd be going with right now.
But I mean that honestly, if I'm Leonard, cut me. You clearly have zero faith in me, so let me go find another team that maybe has more faith in me.
Yeah.
Because I don't even think his preseason was all that bad. I mean, that's the last I really saw of him. But what are we doing here? Cut him. If you really got to do that, what are we doing here? Oh.
Right.
But I'm excited. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I think it'll be bad, but if it's good, boy, it'll be an amazing story.
Extended Sports coming up next here. Zach Jones, Derek Kramer. We're here with you wrapping things up for Jeremy and Joe on a sunny Friday. Even if it might be cold, it's at least sunny here in Buffalo.
There's a thing from practice that they've been doing. New England had a number of players in number 4. I think like 2 or 3 running backs, maybe on the practice squad, in number 4 jerseys. Maybe Ben Volen, who we talked to yesterday, tweeted this out. Somebody did. And they were running a drill where they were, guess what? Punching the ball out on James Cook. Like punching the ball out. Aware of his fumbling issues. And it's something we're seeing. You know what? Let me see if I can find something on this. Are there more fumbles than there have been in years past? Or is it just that Twitter, every time there's a peanut punch, there's 10,000 people pointing out that there has been a peanut punch and a fumble? That might be it. But I feel like fumbles might be up, and James Cook, his fumbles are up this year. That's for sure. And the Patriots are focusing in on that. Punching the ball on a guy in a number 4 jersey.
I loved that they had the guys wearing 4.
Yeah?
Why did they have to wear number 4? I found that hilarious.
They wear number 4. Don't they wear number 4? Here's a good question. Do they do that so the Bills see that so it gets in their heads?
It has to be some sort of.
Why else would you have the guy wear the jersey number?
Right. Do the defenders need to see the number because they're not going to know which guy is James Cook?
Right.
I think they'll figure out who James Cook is.
Right.
It's so funny that they were wearing 4. I saw that this morning and was laughing at myself.
In the portion of practice that you're able to film, it's like, let's go ahead and make sure we're punching the ball loose in the guy in the number 4 jersey while the cameras are here.
Right. They're trying to get it preemptively in Cook's head.
So but does that mean that Cook will focus more on ball security? So that's a bad thing to show? Or does that mean they're going 3D chess? They're trying to talk the Bills into being afraid to give the ball to Cook because...
Right. They're so prepared.
Yes.
We've seen a guy in a 4 jersey this week, and we punched the ball out on him.
Yeah.
Already.
I don't have the answer to that.
We're ahead.
It's been a rotational day. Owen Parker was in on it. I was here chiming in throughout. Jeremy had to leave early. Zach Jones is here. It was a bullpen game. No, not that bullpen. Not that one.
I did come in for an inning.
Of course, I'm referring to the chat.
I came in
Zach's
for an
the
inning.
closer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zach, we played Zach's music. Zach's the closer.
I came in for an inning.
And that's what we get.
I feel good about that.
Yeah.
I'll be the one that gets to celebrate at the end, but
You're
I did
the one that gets
least amount of work.
You're the one that gets the save statistic.
Yes.
But
I did by far the least amount of work. Feel good about that. First day back from vacation, do the least amount of work. Yeah, baby. There we go.
No, Dan last minute has to come in here. Same here. And then you as well. We're all in on the emergency effort today, and that's what we got to do sometimes.
We got through it on a Friday.
It's a bullpen game. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you get a bullpen game, and sometimes it's a successful bullpen game. None of us got rung up here.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we did a good job here, Owen. I think we managed to get through this one. Appreciate everyone that called the chat. You guys are awesome. Everything like that. Much love for the Nordiques hat, by the way. Appreciate that.
It's a good hat.
It's a nice hat. Too bad this wasn't here when the hat bracket came out.
No, that's a miss.
I got trounced in that thing because I did not have quality hats. I now have quality hat.
There you go.
So there's that.
You got to pull it in then for year 2.
Yeah, it's here. It's ready to go now.
All right, last thing. Bills, Patriots. Are the Patriots taking the division on Sunday?
No. And because I said that, now we are totally doomed. I can't.
A part of me just thinks,
predicted the Bengals to win strictly because I knew the jinx is real sometimes with me. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing this time. I'm not doing it. So.
I just think the way the Bills end these years, I kind of like them.
So it's not Jeremy with the Sabres must win, but I know that I have a jinxing effect. So if the Bills lose, I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm just going to straight up say no. The division's still alive and at play.
Giddy up. 1 o'clock Sunday.
1 o'clock Sunday. And we'll have our pregame coverage starting at 7 a.m. on Sunday as well. All right. For everyone, have yourselves a great morning. The Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. It's coming up next year.